Hello, everyone. Good morning, good evening, and good night, depending on wherever you are in the world. I hope everyone had a fantastic holiday. Well, it looks like I'm a bit glitchy on this screen. Am I getting kind of laggy for you guys too, or is it just me? Nope, looks like it's both ends. Thanks, OBS. How's the audio? If the audio's not buggy, then I won't worry about it. Hmm. Might just be because I have too much stuff going on in the background right now. 1 second. It wasn't like this a moment ago. There are a couple background things I can definitely close to speed this up. Part of this might also just be because OBS didn't load this window right. Let's try switching back and forth real quick. Nope. It's just gonna be janky. Alright, hold on. Let's do something risky, since we're right in the first, 5 minutes of the stream. I hope this doesn't cause us to have to redo the ads, because that would suck. But I'm gonna just, cause a bit of a pseudo-emergency in OBS's eyes. Alright, hold on. Let's see if that helped at all. Are we back? Are we working? Looks like it's running a little smoother. For now, anyway. OBS in the same tone that you take on when your child does the thing you've told them not to do multiple times. Yeah, pretty much. Sometimes it just decides to have problems on its own. If it doesn't have its own problems, it'll make some up, just to make sure that it fits in. But yeah, sorry about that. Should be hopefully working fine for the rest of stream. If not, hey, you guys are used to scuff by now. But hi, everyone. Let's get back on track. The way you say Adam when trying to do his model. Yes, exactly. It's specifically Adam that I get that way with the most. I don't know what I'm going to do once I finish him. I'm not going to have anyone to take out my frustrations on anymore. But yeah, hi everyone! We've got a lot of people with us here already. We've got Silverwing, we've got Iguana Verde, Kolar, Q, Friendly Introvert. Hello everyone. I'm excited to hear about how everyone's holiday has been. I'm also excited for the new year. Hard to imagine it's already over. I feel like I didn't process 2025, like, at all. Did you like the silly doodle I shared earlier? Absolutely! That was so cute! What about the murder drones model that you were working on a while back? I will get back to that one as soon as I'm able to. Unfortunately, I kind of missed the hype of murder drones for that. I didn't start making that one until after the final episode had already been released for quite a while. Because I was very late to the murder drones hype murder drones hype train. Murder drones. That's the spinoff no one asked for. Did anybody do anything fun for their holiday? Any travel? I was very happy to just spend my day completely home, unbothered, not worried about anything. Mom and I sat down together and did a puzzle, watched some movies. It was a lovely evening. I guess that sounds kind of boring, but once you hit 30, it's just nice to have a day where there's no obligation for anything. Just chilling at home? It was fun, though. Good. Murder drains clogged up to death. It's a B movie I want to watch. You know what? We need to do that. I love watching terrible movies. It's one of my favorite things ever. And the more campy, the better. For a while there, I think it was Asylum House was the one that was pumping out bootleg versions of all the popular movies. Like, instead of Transformers, they had their own parody version of, like, Transmorphers or something. Like, the worst CGI on Earth. Had a nice family dinner, and then I hibernated. Might have a resurgence in the Murder Drones community when this one fan game finally releases. True. It's called Murder Drones Retribution, and is a fan-made game that takes place before the official series. That's really cool. I'd love to see more on that. Hello, Ninji! Happy holidays, and thank you so much for the gift, by the way. That's one I'm actually very eager to play on stream. Of course, you guys are definitely going to suffer for that one, because I'm pretty sure Hollow Knight's a kind of game where you need to sort of have skill, and I don't really have much of that. Played my Genshin and drew my moth being silly, and drew some angst for that lady character I showed a little while ago. I'm glad to see so many people are still making art and everything, even despite the busyness of the holidays. I know I've been fully overwhelmed by all of the busyness, but I feel like I'm doing an okay job so far this year. Well, I can't say so far this year, because this year's almost over. I feel like I've been doing an okay job. Nothing has completely overwhelmed me yet. Let's see if we can make it to the end without. Have you seen Samurai Cop, Moss? It's one of my favorites, that and The Room. I've heard of Samurai Cop, but I have not watched it. But The Room is a classic. You can't go wrong with that one. Tried to get back into productivity, but everything got uprailed. You can't do that during the Christmas week, Ninji. This is not the time for productivity. This is the time for senioritis. Spent all of Christmas modding my 2DS until the dinner was ready, at which point I spent the rest of the day installating games and watching challenge videos. That's a lot of fun. I saw you have like a huge library of games now. I've always wanted to do some sort of modding on my 3DS, or regular DS or whatever. Whichever one I still have, I don't even know anymore. is going fine, but Rin is really sick and my mom's in the hospital. Oh, Ninji! I'm so sorry to hear that. I hope both of them get better soon. Trying to find a place that will test for RSV so the rest of the fam can get vaccinated, but it seems nobody does. Huh. I definitely know that things can be tough this time of year when it comes to flus and all sorts of different things like that. The more you can stay away from people, the better, but I know that's incredibly hard during this season. I hope that everybody gets well soon. Can't even come home until we get the vax. Wild. How's your family? My family's doing good. It's just kind of me and Mom. We've both been getting through. Thankfully, neither one of us have gotten sick so far, but it's kind of inevitable. I'm just hoping that whatever we do get sick with won't be too terrible, especially for Mom. I can usually make my way through things because I'm kind of used to being chronically ill. But she's less so, and I know it hits her harder usually. But yeah, knock on wood. We're glad that we're going so far without it so far. And we both try to keep very up to date on any of our vaccinations and whatnot, especially when it comes to the flu. Very pro-vax around here. If you're ever scared of getting a vaccination, you don't need to be. It's the needle that's the scariest part. And I can say that very confidently because I had a paralyzing fear of needles growing up. But after a while, when you do allergy testing, and then when you get converted to a birth control for a while, it's purely injection only, you just kind of get desensitized to it, whether you like it or not. Has anyone ever had allergy testing done before? It sucks. I went to a cinema showing of The Room. Greg Sestero, the actor who played Mark,
If you
was
become
there.
lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Hello, Chitsuki. Thank you for the posture check, hydrate, and the boop. I'm sorry, I kind of got cut off reading that story from you, Kolar. Greg Sestero, the actor who played Mark, was there. Everyone threw spoons at the screen the whole showing, and it was fun. Did they come prepared to throw spoons? Like, was this like a Rocky Horror type thing? That's really fun. I do, and it was surprisingly easy. Tried to do the same to my older sister's old DS, but it bricked itself due to a problem it has where it will randomly turn off, which it did whilst the homebrew firmware was downloading. Oh no. So that's the kind of thing I'm always afraid of having happen. Get messed up for a whole 24 hours or so when I get any vaccination, but I'd rather that than something worse. 100%. Blip. My favorite emote. There's a ton of rituals to do during the movie. The main one is throwing plastic spoons. I've never heard of this. This is amazing. Never hacked / jailbroken any of my devices because I have the worst luck. See, that's my problem. Even if I do everything right, I'm always afraid, like when I had to trade out the joysticks on my Switch, or not Switch, yeah, my Joy-Cons. I got fed up with the drift because games were becoming completely unplayable. So I finally had enough and decided to do some controller surgery myself and bought a little repair kit to swap out the joysticks. And the entire time that I was doing it, I was so afraid I was going to fuck something up. Because those are fucking $80 controllers. That shit is ridiculous. Also had a fear of needles. Still do, but not so badly. And I remember almost fainting when I saw blood coming out from where I got injected. I also remember trying to bleed the pharmacist. It's funny what things cause us to have those natural responses. Because I don't consider myself to be squeamish around blood pretty much at all, unless it's my own specifically coming from a knife wound. Apparently that will get to me, and maybe it's just because I have always kind of had that fear of injury. But it's kind of the consequence of having injured myself so much with blades. When you work in a crafting career path, it's unfortunately unavoidable a lot of the time. I've sliced so many parts of my body by mistake trying to work on projects. But like, so if I get an injury from falling off of a bike or something, and I can see that that's bleeding, that doesn't bother me at all. A scratch from the cat or the dog doesn't bother me. It's specifically blade wounds. 90% of the things people do... Oh, of the things people do it for, it's like I already have 100 things that I can do, or that can do that already. Ah, yes. Joy-Con tinkering, playing with fire. Joy-Con drift is easily fixed by just cleaning them out. Obviously, it's not permanent, but unless you're nasty, it should last months. So that was the thing. My Switch was one of the first generations, I believe. So the Joy-Cons were already extremely old by the time that I did get around to changing out the sticks. And I also have 2 cats, which they have lots and lots of fur and other dust, and, you know, living with cats is just annoying when it comes to the dust accumulation. So keeping them clean was just getting more and more difficult all the time. Haven't had any problems with them at all since replacing the sticks, though. But I also just don't really play it as much as I used to. Admittedly, the games that I played the most on it were Stardew Valley, and probably just a Sonic game or Zelda. And ever since I started playing Stardew Valley on desktop, there's just not been a reason to go back.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, what's up? How's it going, Inkbleeder? I can play NES ROMs on the PSP. Cool, I have a computer, phone, and 6 other things that can do that. Actual NES cartridge playing devices. See, that's kind of my whole thing with it, too, is like, some games, if I want to go and play them and go through the effort to actually play them, I want to play them authentically. Because what I'm really craving is just the nostalgia of when I was a kid. If I could go and drag out my old GameCube wherever the hell that's boxed up, I would love to play Sonic Adventure 2, just the good old-fashioned way. Granted, I do have it on Steam and can play it on my computer, but nothing beats that old feeling. Slow day at work, trying not to fall asleep at my desk. Oh no, the music we're playing right now is not going to help with that at all. I'm so sorry. Fixed my old Switch Lite Joy-Cons and made myself... by myself, but later had an LCD issue, which I didn't feel comfortable doing. So I went to someone who actually works on electronics, who put glue in the system and made the Switch's overheating problem worse. Oh no! You mean not on Dreamcast? Yeah, no, I didn't have a Dreamcast as a kid. Typically some Tylenol helps with feeling old. Also, hi Satani, good to see you. First game console was a Sega Game Gear. I don't know which one my first one technically was, because, see, I grew up with a very tech-interested mother. When I was a kid, I was born into the video rental trade. So we actually had a local home video store. This is before streaming was ever a thing. And our whole town didn't have like a Blockbuster or anything. We didn't have any of the Redbox movies. It was just us. We were the only ones. It was before any of that stuff had happened. But this was in the earlier days, so we could actually get away with things like doing console rentals. So we would actually rent out things like PlayStations and Nintendo 64 and all those things. Anything that we did have was rentable, along with the games. But after a while, just like with the library systems, some things would phase out of popularity in the system, and after a certain period of time where something had not been rented out, we would eventually take it out of the catalog. And anytime that something got taken out of the catalog, it got added to our own catalog personally at home. So I ended up with a lot of games that I just had never had any kind of interest in playing naturally, but just would play because we had them around. There was a lot of Garbo in there, but also a lot of good stuff. It was a unique experience that I'm very thankful I got to have growing up. Gonna lurk in the back while I draw. Wish me luck. I'm wanting to try drawing Durin again, my Genshin character. Yes! Good luck with it, friendly. Hi, Moss. Good, sore. Need some Tylenol, too. 3 hours of snow removal on Sunday by falling. Oh, and falling a couple of times. Oh, no! I hope you're okay. I really didn't believe people when they said that falls were a lot more detrimental as you get older. Because, like, as a kid, you're used to throwing yourself against walls and shit, and you're perfectly fine. You might get a bruise at worst. Now, I wake up with bruises. Mine was Sega Mega Drive Genesis, then N64. Parents had an Odyssey 100 in television and Commodore VIC-20 when I was born. We got an Atari 26007, several years later. Ninja, you got the classics. First game console was the original first generation DS, which was chunky. Yes, it was. That was a fat boy. I remember I had one of those too. And my mom had gotten me some stickers to put on it because I, again, was very much a Sonic kid. And it was when Sonic Rush had come out, and the stickers themselves were puffy. They had like a clear silicone gel of some sort over top of them, but it added to the thickness of the DS so much. And they also went on the inside part of the DS. It like went around the buttons. And so it took it from thick to thick. Hey, Kolar, you fixed your Discord account. Oh, yeah, actually, I meant to ask about that myself. It's not a fun thing to wake up to. 30 plus messages on Discord and Messenger. Oh my god. Hey, Kevin. How you doing? I saw that you were live earlier. Tried to jump in and lurk for you. I need to really stop jumping in and lurking when you are having an emotional moment. I feel like this is starting to become too regular for us. But at the same time, don't stop having emotional moments because that is so healthy and pure and beautiful. You guys weren't there and don't know because I haven't been very chatty or present in many other spaces, but we got to hang out last night and it was a big blast with everybody involved. Mostly my limbs from shoveling and using the snowblower, as bad as using a lawnmower. I believe it. Actually, we were scheduled to get some potential snow today. It's been the most snow that we've ever gotten before the new year anyway. Before January, I mean. Usually we don't get much snow at all until January. We were a gen behind from the NES and the PS2. We either got them gifted or secondhand. Yeah. Sadly, I don't have the DS because it didn't even last a year. My older sister threw it at a radiator and it hit the radiator on the hinge, which snapped it in half. Dude, the amount of DS snapped in half stories I have heard from people blows my mind. I guess it's really no different than when laptops became a thing. That, and I remember even to this day, I'm so overly careful with all of my electronics. I got yelled at a lot as a kid, so it just became one of those, if it's expensive, it's not allowed to get injured in any way, shape, or form. This needs to be taken care of like it is a firstborn child, or else we get the big scream. As soon as I saw the mass messages you sent in groups, I knew you got hacked. Oh. I'm so scared of that happening, too. Just more so because, like, less about my account and whatnot, and more about I just don't want to bother people. Frag's OG DS went from 2 to 3 Cs. It really did. I'll have to see if I can, like, find a picture of these old stickers, because they were really chunky. And the worst part was the, like, clear plastic thick part came off of the sticker eventually. And it would turn yellow over time. Oh, God. Ew. Okay, hold on. So I googled Sonic Rush DS stickers, and the first thing I found was a Reddit link,
If
and
you
I'm just...
become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you, Alucard. Hold on. I'm just gonna pass this off to you guys to see for yourselves. This is the sticker. This is exactly what it looked like. And for reference, the original color of the background was white. Flip phone snap horrors. Nah, see, now they've got new flip phones again. They've reinvented the flip phone, and those scare the hell out of me. What do you mean the screen just folds now? My DS slipped under the couch, and I found it months later with the top screen cracked from my fat teen ass. Speaking of hold consoles, first one from you is C64? So glad I didn't have you or Rosie in my DMs, or that hackbot had sent shit to your Discords. I was going to make a small post about it, but I don't know how far into my audience that it would have gone. So I just kind of figured if it had, you would probably have taken the initiative to say something yourself. And if not, it's no big deal. I think all of the adults in my server are wise enough to know that if they get a random DM from somebody, don't click any links, my guys. Use your common sense. Meets new people immediately, spams them with hack. Just to be clear, just that one time that I've never heard. Oh, that I've heard. Oh. Why do you laugh like Marge Simpson? Oh! Oh, you tell me. My voice is a bit shot because I've been doing a lot of chatting, but also just because it's winter right now. Anytime the weather gets colder out, my voice tends to get a lot scratchier. Why is it piss yellow? So that's something to do with exposure to UV light. Whatever that clear plastic goop is, because it was kind of squishy, but whatever that stuff is would just turn yellow over time and exposure with the sun. And that's about what I remember mine looking like by the time that I had like last seen it. I don't know if I even still have it. If I ever find it, I will take pictures of it. Here we go. Here's what it used to look like. I forgot it was on the inside on both sides. Apologies for the size of this link. Pictures of it don't seem to be readily available on Google, though. I wonder if this is something that wasn't, like, super common. But yeah, the stickers went on both the outside and the inside of the DS. And I remember looking at this picture now, a very distinct peeling sound whenever you opened the DS, because the two sticky clear plastic sides would just like stick together and you'd have to peel your DS open. It was gross. You saying about the Sonic stickers made me remember something about my Switch Lite. I specifically went with the yellow one because I wanted it to look like the tablet that Tails has. Aw! That's a cute idea. That was very smart. Whiff! A whiff! I wish we could get a count for how many times I've been thrown in the pit this year. Had a DS sticker that had Stitch, and it was supposed to have his hands on just on his belly, but it was printed misaligned and it looked like he was doing goatsy. No! Oh, I love shit like that. Oh, that just reminds me of when, I think it was when the 3DS came out. But I distinctly remember going to Walmart and they had cardboard cutouts of people playing the 3DS. And it was meant to be like, wow, it's so 3D. So it was like a picture of a crowd of people with an extension from the flat cardboard of hands coming out and holding the 3DS. And the 3DS had more cardboard stuff that was coming out of it to, again, look 3D. I never saw it like that, though. All I remember seeing were the repeatedly armless people looking astonished at the character whose arms had been lopped off at the elbow because someone had always managed to rip off the arms of this standee. I wish that is all that happened to me, because for me, when it gets cold, my back also hurts. Oh! Ah, it was you, Victor! Hello! Then I got the Sheikah slate case for it. That has remained on it since. I am a big fan of the different Switch cases that they came out with. They made a lot of really good Zelda ones. Consoles I currently own are NES, SNES ×2, a Duo retro machine to play Sega games, a PS1, PS2, PS4, 3 PSP, don't ask, PS Vita, Switch Lite, and Switch 2. Game Boy Pocket, Game Boy Advance, and 3DS XL. Does anyone have a good old-fashioned Game Boy non-color? Anyone ever play one of those? Frag, have you seen the goatsy bread? I have not. Do I want to? Advertisers forgot that we live in a 3D world. I do. I had one, but it got stolen. Actually do. It's in the attic. Long time ago. I had the old first generation Game Boy, but battery acid took it. Probably more than 30. That was just the last count. I like collecting weird ones. Had an Advance, but I did play on an original Game Boy that my uncle owned. Man, I miss that old brick. I remember it was probably the first console I remember playing on, ever. And I was very, very little. I couldn't read. I remember that much. And the first game I have any memories of in my head ever was the Kirby game for the original Game Boy non-color. And I also distinctly remember eating a peanut butter sandwich while I was playing it. Why? Because my stupid child lack of coordination got peanut butter on the Game Boy. And I remember that was a big no-no. I wasn't allowed to do that. Wasn't allowed to mess up the electronics. Remember, that was very, very harshly enforced, particularly by my dad, who was still in the picture at this point. So I just have a lot of strong connections of Game Boy non-color, Kirby, and peanut butter for some reason. And for a really, really long time, too, I remember the peanut butter being stuck and, like, hardened on a spot on the Game Boy. It was near the power switch. For the life of me, I could not get it out. And it really stressed me out as a kid. It's just an old black and white photo in a recipe book to make a circle bread, but the hand placement and finger positions are, Oh no. Ouya, Evercade, Game.com, Supervision, WonderSwan, Color, Game King, Hyperscan. Kirby's Adventure, is that the name of it? I'm pretty sure you're right on that. I think that was the name. Collect Switch games now for 2 to 3 years. Have I played most of them? No, but when I go to the great beyond, Kevin is getting my game collection. It will be his burden. It's easier to name the consoles I don't have, which are the PS3, PS4, PS5, and a 3DS. Have all the others. Good on ya, Alucard. Peanut butter used harden. It's super effective. It's the peanut butter's Game Boy now. It really was. You cannot play this Game Boy if you have a peanut butter allergy. Apparently shoved a PBJ sandwich into the VCR slot. Folks didn't find it for a few months. Oh, wow! Boyd!
Speaker just subscribed for 14 months.
Thank you for the sub, Boyd! You are being added to the list. Wait, no, you already have been added to the list. You've already got an ornament. I already did yours. Wait, didn't I? Hold on, I thought I did. Now I gotta look. I need you guys to understand, I did not expect to get more than like 10 people to make ornaments for. I'm really, really excited for us to move on to the next screen and actually take a look at what I've been doing. I have not been able to make nearly as many as I was hoping, but we're going to get through all of them. Yes, I did do yours. Yours is one of the stars. That's why I wasn't seeing it. All right. Sounding so much better today. Are you feeling much better? I am actually. So what happened yesterday, I honestly don't know what actually happened, but yesterday I was getting like a mini endo flare. I know that doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but it's like a regular endo flare, but in miniature. And I don't know if I had done something in particular, but something happened at some point throughout the day, and just from that point forward, the inflammation was misery. And it was really, really getting bad for a while there, and I was worried that today was going to be a big issue, but today, thankfully, it has been settled. I'm being very, very careful going about things, trying to do everything as minimally and small and slow and easy as possible to avoid causing my angry body to get angrier. Double-edged sword, promise trinkets to subs, get too many subs. An endo spark. Yeah, not fully a flare. Good luck with mine. Got way too many radical colors. Nah, I'll figure out something. I've been trying to do something for everybody, unless there's really not a whole lot that I can work with. Unfortunately, there are several that are like just someone's username on the standard gift layout that I had made. But that's a lot of the time because their accounts were completely blank and I wasn't able to find anything to personalize. We've only got about 8 minutes of chatting left to get through in the beginning for our first hour here. Whip! Whip! Twice already! Whip! It smells like peppermint down there. Hello, Yummy. Actually, Yummy, I would like to ask you, since you were the first one that did any gifted subs, I didn't really get to make you anything personalized for yours. Yours became the standard gift ornament. Is there anything that, like, do you happen to have any characters or anything that you would like me to theme your ornament after? Because you are one of the few people who I unfortunately didn't know what to do for. Got a new book today, The Adventures Bible for the manga anime Delicious in Dungeon. Ooh! Y'all love showing them balls. Someone dropped a Vicks Vapo Rub into the pit. No! We'll never find it. Not particularly, I'm kind of boring. Oh, that's okay. If you are happy with it, I'm happy with it too. I just didn't want you feeling like you were being left out or overlooked or anything. Speaking of which, let's go ahead and go look at our wreath, even though I haven't added anything to it since last time. So there's definitely more to be added to this that's already done, but I figure with the rate that I'm making them, there's kind of no point in putting them on here until we've got all of them done. Because, holy crap, there's a lot of them. Little Ball just said "weh" for the first time, the boy's learning. Oh no, I'm becoming an influence on Lil Ball. This might be a bad thing, actually. Wait, what's worse is Lil Ball's gonna become an influence on me. You will all become one with the way. The way welcomes you. Oh, and don't think I've forgotten about putting everyone's names on a lucky star for the IRL ornament. That is also very much on my list of things to do. I have not been able to do any kind of actual ornament decoration, though, purely because I didn't get to finish my tree this year. So when I put my tree out, it's a pre-lit tree. I got the damn thing from Walmart on discount after the holidays one year. And it was exactly what I wanted. It was a white tree, and it had these pretty pastel lights in it. And I just didn't want to be bothered with having to wrap it up with lights and all that. This year, unfortunately, though, the top part of the tree, the lights just don't work anymore. And I don't know why. I've replaced every single one of them. They just don't light up anymore. So I have to remove that strand one zip tie at a time and replace the entire upper portion of lights on my tree with specifically lights that have a white cord. Needless to say, that got pushed onto the back burner very fast. So I just did not put up a tree this year. And because of that, I didn't really focus a whole lot on the IRL ornament situation with all the other things going on. But I will be still making this ornament, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to hang it up on my desk so that it can sit out year-round and finally be added to the tree next year once I finally get it set up. So this way we'll be able, at least I'll be able to admire it for much longer than it would have been up anyway. It was my birthday yesterday. Happy birthday! Wait, hold on. Happy birthday! Dang, so close to Christmas, too. I'm ancient now. Probably like that Snorlax with the moss on them. Thanks. Yesterday was kind of dull, except for the mains water pipe bursting across the road. Oh, no! Man, we had a water pipe burst when I was a kid. I came home from school, and Mom was at work, and my sister was out, and nobody was home but me. And the water pipe had burst. I came in the door from getting off the bus, and there was just water everywhere. And I panicked, and I didn't know what to do. And I called my mom, and she was like, well, you got to get the water to shut off before anything else. Can I walk you through how to do that? And I was trying to figure it out, and I can't follow instructions for shit. And she was finally like, well, go get the neighbor. He'll help. I was like, I don't want to go get the neighbor. He's kind of scary. So I had to go get the scary neighbor to help. And he was nice, but he was one of those people that like has severe resting like bitch face. Kind of like what is his name from Parks and Rec? Oh crap. Ron Swanson. That's 100% how this neighbor came off. But he was a nice guy. He came over and immediately helped shut the water off and helped me mop things up until Mom could get home. Fortunately, they already fixed it, and I have water back. Good. Road was covered in water, and a big fountain out in the dirt. Holy crap. Okay, that's way more than what we had happen. Ours was just a pipe that, like, burst underneath of a sink. That's crazy. Bet that would have been more fun in summer than winter. Road was covered in water with a big fountain out of the dirt. I'm imagining it like the cartoons when somebody hits a fire hydrant, just blasting up into the air. All right, our ads are going to play in about a minute here. As they do, I'm going to go ahead and move over to our other window And after they are done playing, I will hopefully have all of our ornaments that I have done in the meantime on display so that everyone can see. It wasn't that large, but basically, yeah. Let's scooch on over. Oh. We're lagging a bit on this side. Popple, where'd you go? Well, he's struggling. There he is. Chock full of his favorite candy. Looks like I need to change the text on here a little bit. There we go. I have finally had a chance to add these beautiful present mimics that Kevin made. These are gorgeous. Kevin's been making a shit ton of these, just like I've been doing the ornaments over on my end. Every single one of them has looked more amazing than the last. You guys should go check it out. Kevin, you're live right now. How are you here? While you guys are sitting through the ads for me, if you have any, go check out Kevin's stuff. Distracted trying to pick a game to play. The Popple one is adorable. I don't know how Kevin even managed to come up with a design for him. Like, how do you take a glass dome and turn it into a solid gift box? Like this, apparently. Hi, D. Cruz. Good to see ya. Kevin's live in my DMs and here. What a slide. Popple's currently a throbber? Glad Steam doesn't count up the time I spent looking at my games library. The library would probably be my most played. Mood. There's so many times that I catch myself in that position, too, where it's like, I want to play something, and then I just don't, because I can't decide on anything. Thankfully, I have had one game that has become a bit of a remedy to that for me, and that has been Creatures of Sonaria, purely because Creatures of Sonaria is a game that thrives off of mindless tasks. They're like, hey, go roll in some mud 3 times. Cool, I can do that. There's a little checklist of to-dos. I can click off everything I've done and feel like I've done something. It scratches that itch. Throbber is the actual name for the buffering wheel? Why? Why would they call it that? Also, why have they not made a joke about that in Digital Circus? All right. Let me start doing some chicken scratch here. I probably don't need to do much warming up because I have been doing quite a bit of loose drawing over the weekend and the last week here. But it never hurts to just get the shoulder working. One thing I've noticed that my tablet's doing quite a bit lately is it's starting to just launch lines at random. Well, like that. So you can see hold on, let me scooch this to the side. You can see the arc of my normal curve. And for this one, I just let it go, and it continued to throw the mouse in a different direction. I've never had a tablet do that before. But it's interesting that this one's...
You will hear a buzzer.
Yeah, look at
when
that.
you hear the buzzer, stare at the art.
Crazy. Thank you, Kohler. Do you remember any fun games that you played on the old DS systems, Frag? Oh, Flipnote Hatino was one that I was a big fan of. I never really made anything interesting on it, but I loved what other people made. And I loved the whole program that they had set up. I was fascinated with how they had designed it. I was also a very big fan of WarioWare Inc. That was one that I played to death. I almost 100%ed it. But then I had let my sister's, at the time, husband, his little sister, borrow it. And by that, I apparently meant give to her, because I never got it back. But that's okay, because I had pretty much already beaten it. So I just kind of dismissed it as like, oh, okay, so I beat the game, so I'm giving it to her. That's fine. That's fair. Played a heck of a lot of Animal Crossing on it. I'm trying to think of what other games I had besides Pokemon. WarioWare! There were so many fun games on that one. It really utilized the DS to its full extent. Because it had games for every aspect. It had the dual screen games, it had games for the mic, it had all sorts of stuff. I think WarioWare Inc. really did... It was like the best game to show somebody what a DS was meant to do. Oh, right, I was going to show you guys all of the different ornaments I had made since last time. I'm not going to include all of the ones that are just the generic background, just because those will be on the final wreath and they all look the same with the exception of the name being different. So I will pull up just the custom ones that I have been doing. I think this is all of them. Oh, there they go, one by one. Let's not full screen that. TC's is the one that we'll be starting today. But let me pull all of these off to the side onto this canvas here so that we can lay them all out and see everyone. So we have Tater. This one's Suka. We have Sleepies. Sassies. I was very fond of Sassies. We've got Pyros. Creatives I missed in the first run. So I had meant to do theirs earlier on, and I actually didn't see their names, so a little bit late to theirs. I've been trying to do them in order. Not that it really matters. Oops. No, why did you go over there? We want you on... No, this one. There we go. Interstellar Desk Plants. Frenzied Carrion, which is funny. I've wanted to draw Frenzied Frenzy's character for a long time, and it's hilarious to me that the first time I ever get to draw them is in ornament form. And it's a weird statement to say, but I'm thankful for how many of y'all are furries, because it makes it easier to draw something. Go ahead and scooch. Oop, you know what? Should start in the back. And I will be posting all of these on the Discord as well. So here are all of the ones that I was able to do over the holiday. I would stay at my local toy store playing the OG Advance WarioWare at the demo booth. WarioWare Inc. was the DS version of Wii Sports. Wonder why you were a big fan of Sassy's. Listen, she's 3 baubles in 1. That cuddly red panda looks familiar. So I actually have a second red panda that I need to do for Osaka Bean. I didn't want them to be exactly the same, but I'm still kind of brainstorming what to do for Osaka's. Need to get myself some characters and be less boring. Nah. You do whatever you enjoy. Characters just make it easier for me to make stuff for random people so it's more identifiable for them, but it's not a defining thing. It's not something that is needed or necessary, especially if it's not something that you naturally think to do. Whatever brings you joy, we celebrate. As long as no one's getting hurt. I'm not a furry, I'm just in denial. It's weird because, like, I don't really consider myself a furry, even though I'm literally a fucking raptor sitting in front of you right now. It's not so much that I don't really see myself as a furry. It's just that I look at people who identify themselves as furry, and I think I don't really seem to fit into that category the same way. Like, it doesn't seem like it's that crucial to my identity or anything. So I just don't really feel like it's necessary to be like, ah, yes, I identify as this. I'm just here. I don't really identify as anything. I just accept people as they are and hope to be accepted the same. There are bats in Egypt, so you're fine being around the Nile River. A feathery. Well, that's the thing. I also have a lot of furries tell me, oh, you're not a furry, you're a scaly. And I just look at myself and say, bitch, where? I do not have scale. I'm not trying to be problematic. I'm not trying to be the well actually person, but I don't know. I definitely fit in more with the birds than I do the dragons, I feel. I think that's partially why I find such a hard time at, like, being like, yes, I fit in with furry. I am there. This is where furry is for me. Because I think furry equals a mammal. But not really. I have more scales than you do, Frag. I believe it. I was about to say you're a burb. I see scalies as a subsection of furries. It's an all toads are frogs, but not all frogs are toads situation for me. Yeah! No, that works really well. I'm a furry in the sense of I'm not human. But I'm not a furry in the sense of I'm a furry. Does that make sense? I fit into whatever category Frenzied Carrion is in. Alright. Now that we've got these guys kind of out and on display, let me go ahead and put these in the server. Get them posted so that everyone can see them. It'll be in Frag's art gallery again. We call that non-human entity. Me. Of course, you've got furry, anthro, and then you have those therians. See, it just starts to become too many labels. Can I just say I'm a weird kid? That's what they did back in school. They were just like, yeah, that's the weird kid. They're not quite a goth. They're not quite a jock. They're not quite a nerd. They're not quite whatever those other kids are. They're not quite an anime kid. They're just a weird kid. They're the weird kid that you know you can probably trust to ask for help if you need it. Too autistic to know how to be a bad person. Checking to see if I had missed any of the other ornaments. Yeah, I didn't do any other of the star-shaped ones yet. Okay, no, that's all of them. Sounds like something out of SCP. Nerd. You are a weirdo, and I'm proud to be one. Frag! What was the artist you told me about that I fell in love with and their merch? Please, hi. OPS, hi. That was Tori PNG. In fact, I would love to share their work with y'all. If you're not familiar with them, you probably are, because their artwork is everywhere at this point. They have done an amazing job at advertising themselves. I will go ahead and link to both their Twitter and their Blue Sky. So here's their Twitter, and here is their Blue Sky. And this artist is actually one of my top favorite artists. I know I say that over every time I show another artist, but I don't know this one personally. I've only ever met them in person once before at a convention. They were selling at a place I didn't even think that they'd be selling at. But biggest sweetheart in the fucking world. Their art style is incredible. Their products are incredible. And they have some of the most amazing background designs I've ever seen in my life. Truly, truly gorgeous work. They also have a lot of very creative ways of displaying pins and keychains. So that's one of their big sellers is they have these like flags and banners and whatnot that are designed explicitly for displaying your pins and keychains that you get from other artists. But it's done so in a way that the banner and flag itself is part of the art without taking away from the pins. Never did finish retopologizing that deer model I was doing. My PC started to act up. I blamed RetopOflow, crashing my Blender 10 times in a row. I'm not surprised if that was the case, to be perfectly honest. Yeah, I have so many problems when it comes to doing any kind of retopoing through anything that's not directly Blender itself. Like, I'm really scared of all the different mods and plugins right now that are out there. Because it seems like every single one of them works so differently. Now, I will say there was one I saw FragRaptor using. Actually, I haven't seen FragRaptor go live in a while. Oh no, they're live right now. Maybe I just haven't been able to pay attention as much. So Burley's live but playing a game right now, but I highly suggest checking out their work. Can I link to their stream? It won't let me at them or anything. There we go. But they've got a really cool Blender add-on that they've been using to retopo things, and I've been meaning to check in when I've seen them doing any kind of modeling to ask them about it, because I really liked the way that that one functioned. It looked like it was very streamlined and had picked out a lot of the issues that were causing problems in other people's experiences. That, and it's just nice to see their work. I like to support any other kind of 3D modeler and artist out there. Fixed it mostly. They apparently did rebuild the mod ground up, but it's paid, so I'm probably going to retopo it in Blender Default if I ever choose to continue it. I wish you the best of luck with it if you do, Yami. All right, now I would say let's close this and start doing some work on the other avatar, or the other ornament, but I'm actually going to minimize this so that we can put all the new ornaments that we make with it. So next one we've got up here is TC Starwind, and I will be making their Sona that they stream as best I can. I wonder if there's another one other than Retopo Flow. Oh, absolutely. There's definitely a million of them out there. But finding the one that works for you and does what you want is the hard part. Actually, another great artist that I would love to suggest, who is also live right now and is actually working on Blender work at the moment, is Zenstroke. So Zenstroke has done some insanely good work, both between the modeling and the programming Unity side of things. I didn't know that Zenstroke had done even a quarter of the things that they had shown me last time that I had joined on one of their streams. But if you are into Kamen Rider or any of the gizmos and gadgets that they use in Kamen Rider, I believe that's what they were basing a lot of this stuff on. But I might be wrong on that. I'm not familiar with a lot of the different live action and non-live action animes and whatnot. Looks like they're working on it right now, actually. Now, I don't believe they do anything with retopoing. I think that they do just straight modeling, but I'm not sure. Feel free to go over and ask them. They'd love to have questions and explain the process, because they were very open about it to me when I was there and checking out their stuff. We met at Ferality last time I had gone there, and it's been really cool to see their stuff. I'm trying to double check on their pronouns, but they don't have them listed, so I'm just going to stick with they, them until I know for sure. But yeah, if you're interested in any kind of Blender or Unity work, definitely go give them a follow and chat with them sometime, because they're very friendly. I think they're a bit of a smaller streamer. I don't think they've had a huge outreach. Looking through their past recordings to see if I can find the add-on. Again, I don't know for sure if they use any kind of retopo tools. Burley, I'm almost positive does, because I'm pretty sure I saw them using them for a 24-hour avatar challenge that they were doing a while ago. Zen, I'm not sure, because I haven't actually watched them do any modeling from the ground up yet. Everything that they were showing me, they had already finished. All right, let's get some doodling in while we're yapping. With almost all of these, the first thing that I've started with has been the ears, but I'm going to probably start with the nose on this one. Just thought of an interesting OC idea, creating OC tarot cards. Kind of like Rules card from Deltarune, or... like tarot cards using people's OCs. Oh, yeah! I think I've seen a couple badges like that before. Tarot D's nuts. Yeah, no, that doesn't sound very comfortable, actually. I will steal your appendix. Oh, whoops. I'm putting that on the wrong layer. Not a good way to start things. There we go. Now we're on the right layer. Now, I will say I am trying to do these faster than I normally would when it comes to gift art. And that's purely because I do have so many I have to make. I cannot actually afford to spend as much love and care as I usually would. And that does kind of kill me, because I hate doing gifts that aren't like 100% as personalized as can be. I'm very, very... I don't know. I like them to mean something. Please do. I'm told it doesn't do anything. I mean, it usually doesn't, but when it does start doing something, well, that's usually when it becomes a problem. That's cute. They've got like a skull pattern. All right, let's get your ears on here. And we'll change our background. That'll mean something. I know, I know. I was very hard on myself at first when I was doing these, because I'm used to a lot more pressure to do better when it comes to gifts. I've had a lot of, unfortunately, very materialistic friends in the past. I'm no longer friends with any of them who were part of the problem. But I learned the hard way that there are people out there who will do whatever it takes to get free art from people. And that they will blame a friendship for it. But thankfully, I have had much, much better people in my life for the last year here going forward. And this has been a very good exercise to remind me that it doesn't have to be perfect. I don't want anything to mean something. I want them to nice something. I caved and just asked them. Good job, Yummy. I'm proud of you. Don't worry, I'm very shy about that stuff myself.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
Thank you, Victor. I actually don't really need to save this one right away, but let's go ahead anyway. I don't think anybody was expecting you to do these gifts in the first place, so it's super sweet that you're doing them all. I appreciate that. Part of it is for other people. Another part of it is honestly for me, because I want to get back into doing regular art again, and part of that comes from just pushing myself to do art in the first place. And I don't think it's too subtle that when looking at my page, seeing all of the 2D Tuesdays and the lack of 2D art output that I've actually had, I don't know, it's been getting to me a little bit. I want to change that. That's one of my New Year's resolutions. To just get more confident with doing art. And more frequent, for that matter. Now, the one problem I've run into with a lot of furries is they all have some sort of mohawk. Which has been hard to do without covering up their name. There's no prize to perfection, only an end to pursuit. Exactly. And that's how you ruin art for yourself. Because the goal here is not to make perfect. The goal is merely to make. I don't know about this one. Fly away now. It's a bit wild, but that's all right. Don't think about it. Thinking about it is how you kill it. I forget where I heard the phrase, but ever since I heard it, I've kind of kept it at the back of my mind because of how effective it's been. But I remember hearing someone say something along the lines of, art is like an orgasm. If you think about it too much, you'll lose it. And something about that just kind of put some things into perspective for me. So it's like, you know what? We're not going to think about it anymore. We just need to let art happen. I think that's probably good enough for our line work on this one. Let's go ahead and get our flat colors. The fuck are we talking about? We are talking about metaphors for art. Since I'm being unproductive, I can just tinker with this model, I suppose. There you go. May as well. Worst you can do is achieve something. I really need to get back into being creative. Now's your perfect opportunity. What kind of art do you like to make, Kolara? See, this is my favorite part about streaming, is because I get to talk to you guys about your art, which inspires me to make more of mine, which in turn inspires you to make more of yours. And before you know it, we've got a self-filling machine. Inspiration is just a very scarce resource right now. I understand that. Graphic design and logo types and stuff. I'm gonna go visit Mama, so I'll see you later. Give her our best wishes, Ninji. We are gonna keep her in our thoughts and be wishing the best for her. I hope she feels better as soon as possible. Extra, extra love towards Mama Ninji. And to Ren. Logo work is something that I've always had a lot of admiration for. I have a friend, his name is Andy, and he does some of the most outstanding logo work I've ever seen. And it's always blown my mind. I kind of have the same reaction to logo work as I do with people who can do backgrounds. Whip! Wow! Rosie! Hello, Rosie. I just photographed my partner for her content. I love you too, even if you do scare me. The one thing I've been trying to avoid the most on these... Oop. I don't want to do eyes unless I'm just doing eyes.
Someone's salty.
I'm not salty. I'm just a coward. But no, I've been trying to avoid putting eyes on them purely because I like this look. You know, we do need to move that up higher. Kind of worried about putting the dark eyelids around this one, though. I might just leave them off. If you allow photography posts in your art channel, I could post some of my artsy photos and show you my work at some point. Absolutely, Kolar! All art is art! Please, feel free to share it there. I would love to see. I don't care if it's photography, if it's writing, if it's cooking. Anything that requires a creative thought from your brain can be considered art, in my opinion. I am not strict over that at all. I'm not entirely clear on how these hair stripes work. I'll do my best. Looks like maybe we have one big white one and maybe two big black ones. Oop, I forgot the symmetry ruler was on. I've been doing some balloon art, but it has been so loud that my ears need a break. Balloon art, like balloon animals? Oh no, apparently I'd left a pack of ham accessible and now I found the empty packet. Uh-oh. What critters do you have about that could be stealing your ham? Did my cat eat the whole pack? You know, they say that they can have a little ham as a treat. I feel like maybe that goes over the line of a little, though. I'm a little worried if I go too much with this. Hello, Jeremiah Henry. How have you been? During COVID, I did a lot of practice doing jester work. I learned how to juggle, do card tricks, and balloon animals. Okay, Iguana, you're speaking my language. I kept up with juggling and balloon animals to this day. I can do a show and tell of my recent project. Please! Actually, one really cool thing that we got to see at VCAT this year is there's one artist now in Japan who is doing balloon art of people's characters, specifically like humanoid anime-esque characters. And not only are they doing that on commission, but they're also making 3D scans of the balloon, like the final balloon animal character that you can use as a prop in VR. I thought that was the coolest shit ever. It looks like these are stars in their ears. I can't quite tell. Let me see about making a scatter brush that might do what we want here. My advanced settings. Hello? Ah, the drop down. All right, I'm going to try really hard not to accidentally make a glitter brush here. I may have done exactly that. A little too close together, I think. Let's get a higher size jitter and bump the spacing out a little more. What if we use the symmetry tool on this? And just hope for a good spread? Hmm. Is that too much? I'm a bad person to ask if a certain amount of glitter is too much. All right. I don't like the bottom spot where it's all kind of accumulated. We're going to erase that. We're going to go back in. Good enough. And we'll set that to shine, just so it kind of looks like it's glowing a little more. ugly. I put my cool character into show and tell. Let me go see. Oh, I've had streamer mode on. That's why I couldn't hear anything anyone was saying. Those two projects are some of my recent works, a friend's Sona and a little Charmander. Oh, wow! Holy shit! Iguana, this is amazing! This is like professional level stuff, for real! That's so cool! I can't even begin to wrap my brain around how you figure out how to do those different shapes and whatnot. That's such a cool form of art. I like this character of yours, Henry. What is this game? It looks very familiar. Every time I push my power cord in, it's a Russian roulette if it's going to stay on or completely shut off. No amount of glitter is too much. True! Alright. I think this looks good. Let's just throw down some shading on the extra bits that don't have any. I've been doing this a little bit differently for every single ornament. Do I have my symmetry on? I do. It's really annoying that my brush keeps leaving streaks everywhere. What layer is that? Hmm. You? Interesting. You see the bodies in the background of my character's photos? Those are the most powerful units in the game, fully dead. The hands? Oh no, the bodies behind them. I didn't even see those. Oh, that's funny. I assumed that the hands were some kind of special attack. I really thought that was cool. Probably should have T-posed this character. Pose tool, save me and make my model a T-pose. So, is there a way to do that in Blender? Because I always wait to do that in Unity. Unity has a force T-pose option for when you're setting up an avatar for VR chat. So if there were anything that were off by any percentage in Blender, usually I just take it over to Unity and tell it to do that. But I would like to do as much as I can in Blender before it gets over there. What is... Hold on. What is that? Interesting. There's some weird faint lines that were showing up there that didn't belong. Sculpting has a grab tool that is a brush that can pose things. It's a bit hard to explain because it requires no bones. It just kind of indicates where it's going to pivot and what'll deform. Ah! I think I do know what you're talking about now. Put another one that's funny. Let me go see. Bro behind dude's arm is going to space. What instrument is it that makes this wop wop sound that I'm hearing? Also, apologies, the Spotify does not want to keep updating as it should. Let me put Psy out of full screen real quick. Because that might be part of the problem. There we are. Hopefully that'll keep Spotify from not being active. Handy when you need to move your sculpt but haven't retopoed it. I had to do that a lot on Freddy's arm. I've been missing my FNAF models. I want to go back to them. Right. Throw a quick shadow over our hair. Oh, it looks like our ads are going to play in about a minute here, give or take. To those of you that have them, as a reminder, we only have them for 3 minutes once every hour. So much one person can do with a gas grenade and a knife. Gonna get half of all of the Amazing Digital Circus plushies, then the next half on Christmas next year. That's cool. It'll be fun to see the full collection. Hair like this is always something I struggle with shading because, like, I don't want the shading to look like it's hair color stripes, but it can get lost so easily. Just gotta commit. Oh, dang it. Why is... I keep forgetting to turn off the symmetry ruler. I think we want to go for a more blue shade for this one. Do we want blue on the rest of the shading? That really cools off the tone.
We got a boomer!
Say that.
Oh, wow. Welcome back. That was a short ad break.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Thank you very much. I keep forgetting that we need to go back and figure out why Stan is echoing. Because he's the only one that does it. Let me check something. Maybe he's actually coming up twice. Actually, hold on. How often can we play Uncle Stan or Grunkle Stan? I'm gonna play him again real quick just to see if I can see if he's coming from two different audio sources.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Okay, no, he's only coming from the green screen redeems. So why does he echo? I wonder... I'm gonna go check his sound alert. Hmm. Am I too late for this stream? No, not at all. Dump some pics in your art channel. Take a look at them. Take a look if you want when you have the time. I will in just a moment, Carlar. I just want to make sure that we got this kind of figured out while I'm thinking about it. Bear with me because I'm going to be doing this a couple times probably. We're going to get real familiar with Grunkle Stan. Did he echo again that time? I wasn't able to hear. Very silent. Okay. Why are you so quiet, Grunkle Stan?
Oh, this is beautiful.
Well, did he not go off at all that time? Perfect this time, but a little loud. Where? Okay, well, I'm not hearing him at all now. So apparently if I can hear him, we all hear him double. Grunkle Stan, what's going on? Let's try it again.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Okay, yeah, no, I'm not hearing him at all.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Oh, wow. Thank you for the hydrate and posture check,
Did you
Q.
remember to
And reminder to save.
all of your files?
Thank you, baby. And a big stretch. The full care package. Oh, wow. Well needed, that's for sure. All right, I'm going to play him again, and we'll see if he has an echo this time. This will be our final deciding factor, if this is how this is going to be working.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Hmm. I think Grunkle Stan's sound is played for you and us. Figure out how to make one sound that sounds for both for us. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. The weird thing is, this means that it's taking... Let me check this. It only does this with Grunkle Stan, though, doesn't it? Like, Kane doesn't echo, does he? He should be a green screen. That did echo, actually. Have they always been echoing?
Bubble, you can't say that.
Interesting. So they are all echoing. Noticed that you liked my post about the presents I've gotten for Christmas. Which one was your favorite? Oh my goodness, that was a while ago that I did that. I'd have to go back and look at your post. Oh, right. Okay. Yes. No, the shirt. 100% the shirt. I don't know if it's just because of this year, but I've been obsessed with shirts like that lately, and I think that they're so funny and so cute. Anything that takes that classic kind of button-up t-shirt print and takes a fun little twist on it is always exciting to me. Really need to talk with my family since for every Christmas I get a pocket watch, a watch, and a knife. Huh. 2 watches is a little... that's a lot, actually. A lot of time on your hands, one could say. You mean the exotic alien shirt? Yeah, that one. Last day of Christmas tomorrow. I mean, this year. Last day of this year tomorrow. That's right. I don't know if we'll be doing an extra long stream or not. I'll try and do something fun, though. Actually, what would you guys like to see? Is there anything in particular you'd like to see me play? I figured we would just try and gather some buds up and do something fun with a bunch of different people if we could. In Sweden, we have a Christmas song that goes, "Christmas lasts until Easter." You can't give that mentality to Americans, Kolar. You really can't, because it sometimes seems that Christmas starts in Easter these days. You see my best art in show and tell? I am looking over there just now. Based off of Everywhere at the End of Time, Stage 1? I'm not familiar with that. I like these brush textures you were using, though. Kind of looks like a foot up in the air. I'm not totally clear on what I'm looking at, but I'm also not sure what it was based on. Let's see some of these pictures from you, Kolar. Oh, wow. I love any of these kind of black and white pictures that they isolate one color. Ooh. Is that a fisheye lens for that one of the buildings?
Did you remember to save? all of your files?
Thank you, Galaxy Waffles. I apologize, I'm not looking at the screen right now. I'm looking at some of the artwork that was shared in the Discord right now. Kolar has shared some of their photography, which is incredible work. Oh my god, where do you even find places to take pictures like this? This one of your model in this square sculpture of some sort. This is so cool. Oh my god, the amusement park one is so heavy. Polar! Oh, wait! Thank you so much for the sub, Galaxy Waffles!
Galaxy_Waffles just subscribed for 1 month.
Let me go ahead and add you to our list of people who will be getting ornaments. I gotta pick up the pace, too. I'm talking too much with you guys. I need to get more of these done. It's alright, we're just about finished with TCs here. Don't have the money for fisheye. The building is just shaped that way, and I laid down on my back on the ground and took it straight up. What the fuck? Are you... You're joking, right? Are you joking? I'm stupid enough to fall for it if you are. They really built the building like that? That's insane! That's so cool! Oh my god, Kolar, these are amazing pictures. If I ever need photography done for anything, I'm gonna hire you. Oh shit! We got a hype train going. I didn't even realize. Thank you for that, Galaxy Waffles. Building is shaped like a C. That's so cool. Have to pay for the plane ticket too. That's totally fine. Your work is worth it. Oh, okay. Now I see what you're talking about, Henry. You did a really good job. Man, you guys are all so amazingly talented. I love seeing the diversity of it all. As long as the hire includes the plane ticket. Yep. Since when did you and Popple get turned into anthropomorphic presents? That would be courtesy of Kevin. Give him a shout out here so you guys can go take a look at his stuff. Kevin is also streaming right now and has been doing an amazing, amazing job at making all of these cool mimic presents of everybody. If you want to go see more of them, they are over on his channel. He has made them as gifts for a lot of his friends this year. It's been really exciting to see them all. Oh my god, Kevin! I'm sorry, I just hopped over to look at his stream and he's drawing himself with a soda! Oh, so this is from one of our goofs from playing the forest. I love this little nerd. I'm so glad that we stumbled into each other's lives. But yeah, you can see some of the present mimics that Kevin has drawn over the last month here. It appears that someone is taking a nap on the pile currently. So you'll just have to ask him about that. Resist the temptation to put more. You're not supposed to look. It's only joking and curious of what happened back there. Kevin happened. Which is quickly becoming one of my more favorite phrases. I need to do a little bit more work on these ornaments, so let's get back into that. We made pretty good time on this one so far. Let's get a little bit of a highlight on the nose here, and we can probably call it done. I don't think a highlight would do us any good with this hair. Maybe, let's see. What? Is my nickname Stumbled? Mm-hmm. Not quite sure what you mean, Zatani. Oh god, I had the symmetry ruler on again. Yeah, I'll be honest, I don't see that highlight really doing much for it, but... Oh no, that's what we need. We need the shadow under the hair. We'll leave the highlight just because it's not really doing any harm. But we do need to add one more shadow on the face. Well, hello, Miss Bronx. Thank you for joining us. And she's gone. My dog just stepped in the room to say hello for a minute, only to promptly leave. I had Kevin raid to you, and you raided Kevin. Said you stumbled into each other's Twitches, so I said my nickname is Stumbles. Ah, thank you. No, cannot thank you enough, Zatani, for being the one to bring us all together. We gotta get you in on some of these streams sometime. Zatani the matchmaker. Thank you for the lurk, Galaxy. Bringing us all together. Sent one that I honestly can't remember if I put in there before. Let's see. That's a creepy looking critter. Looks like something from the latest teaser from Poppy Playtime Chapter 5. Anybody been keeping up with any of those? Because they've been posting them like crazy. I've been eating so good this Christmas. I was telling Kevin I was looking into grabbing a random Kobold Avi for VR chat stuff, but I also start streaming later than both of you. Not that I couldn't start streaming earlier. Nah, you do things on your own time. Whatever works for you. I know Rosie stresses out a lot about not being able to match up our times and whatnot, and I always tell her don't worry about it, because I know we both operate on very different time frames. I'm going to say that this one is done. All right. So we will flatten this one. Actually, let's just open the PNG version so that we can drag it over and add it to the rest of our collection. I should have been doing it this way to begin with, but God, they look so good. Oh, crap! Okay, hold on, no. I'm glad we saved that as a sci file because I didn't color the lines. Sorry, didn't mean for that to sound like such an urgent oh crap, but it was for me. Some of them I haven't been coloring the line work on because they do look better just black. But for a lot of them I've been trying to do some sort of colored touches. Especially if there's something that can be very subtly highlighted. Like, I really like the purple undertones of this character. And there we are. We'll keep a little black in the corners of the mouth, I think. No, we'll go with that dark purple again. Nope, that mouth is going to stay dark. It gets lost in the contrast, unfortunately. All right. Resave this one. I am so glad that Victor told us to save that one as a sci file. Let's reopen it. There we go. If there's a hangout event, I have no issues starting either, or starting earlier. Hell yeah. I'll see about tomorrow. I really don't have anything set in stone right now. I'm going to have to ask around tonight for whoever is going to be around and wants to do a New Year's stream. Honestly, for so long Wait! Hello, Zatani. Kevin wants you to look at stream, act surprised. What do you mean, act?
Pass out.
Oh, son of a fuck. What the hell, OBS? What was that? Are we back? Did we die? Oh, OBS disconnected for a second there. Oh my god, his voice is so scratchy. Poor baby. Kevin's been very sick lately. Oh. Oh, okay. Oh no. Oh my god, I love him. He's so fucking precious. One of these days, I'm gonna get around to making him an avatar for VR chat, and I'm gonna give it a prop that has Kevin Cola. See, that's why I have to be so careful. Because, like, I say stuff like that, and I will do things like that. I do make avatars and shit like that for my friends when I get the whim and energy to do so if I don't have other shit going on, or if I'm just ignoring other important shit I should be doing. But unfortunately, that kind of whimsy has attracted many people who think that, oh, I can get this kind of stuff if I just become your friend. So I've had to be very careful. I've gotten a lot better of a sense for picking up on that with people, though. Wait. Sorry, y'all. I'm back and forth with Kevin right now. Kevin is also live. I don't know why we don't just jump into a call with each other. I know why, because we would just yap at each other and never get anything done. All right. I'm back for real. I'm done making Kevin cry. Precious little bean. Why is there ornaments? So the reason that we have ornaments is because I have been working on... Ta-da! Currently, these are all of the ones that were done before, but as you've been able to see from our other window, we have another huge batch of them, and so I'm not going to bother reorganizing and redecorating it until all of them are done. And I will have that be our big final version posted on Blue Sky and Twitch or wherever, TikTok, all the different places. Not TikTok. I don't use TikTok. Twitter. They're all tuh. But these are for everyone who has subbed or gifted, received a gifted sub, given a gifted sub, subbed themselves. In any way, whatever. This whole thing is to support my channel and whatnot, and to come together and help create this amazing community. But it's not about the subs, it's not about the financial part of things, it's just kind of me trying to do whatever I can to... I don't know. Show my appreciation for everyone who's been a part of things. Can I get one? You absolutely can. You're on the list already, Ink Bleeder. Tinstagram. Lil Bold just called you Moss in the shout out. He's learning. Aww. I'll become your friend and make you VR chat avatars. You'll have choice paralysis every time you go on. Never actually made an avatar. I don't even own VR. Actually, you don't need to have VR to be able to use VR chat. It's fully equipped for desktop to begin with. A lot of the time I'll be on desktop just because I don't feel like wearing the headset. Yummy, I feel like you would do an amazing job making avatars if you'd ever like to look into it. Alright, back to our art. Because so far, we've been live for almost 3 hours and I've only made one ornament. That is not good time. Let's see, who's next on our list? I'm gonna have to cut down on the yapping just a little bit. Lear the Witch. Is this the same Lear that I'm thinking of? Let's pull up their art page and see if we can get a picture of their main character. His main character. This is not who I thought it was. But they still have a really awesome page. They're actually live right now. This one's going to be a little tricky. Oh, right! This is the one who we talked about the Scrooge movie with. Let's get their reference sheet. And again, because they are live right now, I'm also going to take a picture of their current avatar that they are streaming as. I used desktop for 3 years before getting actual VR. Hell yeah! And let's grab their OC's ref sheet. We only really need their head, so I'm not going to worry too much about anything else. I'm sorry, they do, he does have his pronouns listed. I'm just so used to defaulting to they, them. I will try to get adjusted with that. I was going to turn this deer into one because my sister suggested. I nominate you to make a Pathfinder kobold. Too many D&D kobolds. That's actually surprising. There are no Pathfinder kobold avatars? I guess I never really stopped to look. But you're definitely right. The D&D style kobolds are okay, for lack of better words, they're the ones that the Gooners go for right now. Oh, that would be really fun, but I wouldn't be able to resist making a hinged jaw so that you could grab their head and lift their mouth up like a trash can. TC Starwind turned out great. Support my fellow bat people. Not the first bat ornament I've made yet. Might get VR if the stream frame is any good. Or I lose my mind and get beyond 2. Good thing to default to because it's neutral. True! I just try to use whatever I am told to use once I find out, just because it's very easy to rely too heavily on they, them. And I've found that it can become fairly upsetting to people who prefer one specific pronoun or not they, them. Just one of those things. I try to tread carefully everywhere and be as respectful as I can. All right, let's get our blank ornament again. Wow, that one took a minute to open that time. I'm very sorry for all of the buffering issues and whatnot that's been going on today. Thankfully, I'm planning on getting an entirely different internet service provider soon, and I'm not sure how that's going to go, but I'm hoping that after that, everything will be better from this point forward. Or, well, from that point forward. Top-of-Flow has a built-in smooth tool to evenly distribute the vertices. Just swap to sculpt mode and use the smooth tool. That's usually what I do too. Technically, the lore-accurate D&D style kobolds are a bit more dog-like with the dog noses. I don't see that type very often in art. True. Even the ones that I see as avatars, they kind of take away all of the dog element. I don't think I've seen a single Japanese kobold either. I have not been doing hair on these ornaments, but I feel like I might have to with this one just because they seem to be a fairly simpler designed character. I don't want them to feel like they're not getting as much attention. I'm thinking we'll be able to get away with, if not the hair, at least the horns, the ears, and maybe the teeth, because it seems like orc is the most prominent feature. If the TTRPG file I've been using was symmetrical, this is not. I'm having to manually tool-assisted place. See, this is what I mean about how AI tools are not being utilized for their proper purpose. Give us AI tools for the retopo bullshit. Give us AI tools for the tedious bullshit that isn't creative, that isn't anything other than just needing to have a devote amount of time to do because it's long-winded and manual. I've explained the whole thing of using a 3D printable file to make an avatar out of, so having to retopo flow the model to reduce the polygons. I can send you a copy, Moss, so that you can see what I've been dealing with. Please do! So I'm not totally sure I get what you mean by description, but I'm usually a much better understander when I can see things visually. All right, this one might go quicker, which I'll be thankful for, because we definitely need to make up some time here. They're kind of like folded ears. Looks like they go up or down, depending, so we'll try and go for kind of an in-between. we'll do the tusks. Mouth first or tusks first? Kind of afraid it's giving goblin. Doesn't really feel right. Would it be weird to put sideburns and not hair? I'm feeling very Kremlin tonight. Thank you for the posture check, foe. How you feeling, by the way? Getting over that sickness at all? I could try a program. I could try program that, but that sounds like effort, not the feel-good kind. I'm gonna try these sideburns a little bit. Just for the fun of them, just to see what we can do. Okay. I don't hate it. Feels a little odd not to have the hair with it, though. Let's see. Make a new layer. I don't know. Would this be weird to give hair to an ornament? Deliberately avoided doing hair on the others, but they all had dog faces. What if we just leave it at that? Hey, Kirk. I'm doing good as always. How are you doing? I saw you're feeling better today after your whole surprise experience the other day. Actually, I'm thinking we can cross this over. And make this that actual, like, cowlick part instead. Recovering, still a little stuffy, but that was because of the cranberry/Gouda sausage. Good, yeah, the THC experience was not fucking fun. I'm just glad to find out that you're okay, because that's some scary stuff to go through without knowing that's what's going on. Whoops, ads are going to start in about a minute here. It's been way too long since I've done any coding. Godspeed. All right, I'm going to take this hair that we've made and just tilt it off to the side a little bit. And hopefully that looks all right. I think it does. Not in love with this little curly bit, but we can fix that. What I'm doing here is trying to avoid tangents by adding new tufts of hair into any of the areas that it would cause undesirable overlaps. I do that a lot. I go on tangents about tangents. On the plus side, I had my first hype train today, and it was level 5. Holy shit! Good job! That's awesome! Also, what ads? There's several of you who are lucky enough not to have to go through them today. I like that. I'd say that's good. That went quicker. All right, let's do our color samples. Somewhat inspired to try picking up game dev again and prototype something. Starting to get really sick of retopologizing though. It's not the worst, but it takes a long time. Yep. And that would be the exact same place that I'm at with all of my models. It's like the fun part is over. It's just work now. I want to go back to the fun part on all of them. But I also want them done. But you see, this is what makes us better than AI. You don't really care about making art unless you're willing to suffer for it. And I don't mean that to say that art should be painful to make. I mean that as in, if you really want something to exist, then you need to endure. You need to go through it to create it. Doesn't it deserve that? If it's not worth enduring, then is it even worth consuming? Oh, poo. I've only been working on this model on Sundays, so I don't burn myself out. It's been about a year, and I've got like 60% finished. I feel that so hard, Zatani. Oh, wow. No Silverwing. Didn't mess with it for like 3 months because games got busy. Wonder if that's can apply to God. I don't know. It depends on how hard life is to create, I guess. But yeah, the level 5 hype train came out of nowhere too, and they came in saying, have a surprise for me. And boom, everything was happy days. That's so cool. I'm not happy with how the arm area has come out. I feel like I need to just delete it and start over. No, Yami, no! That's the bad thoughts thinking. Silencio Bruno! I just watched Luca the other day. It's never a good idea to delete something you've created, no matter how much you're unsatisfied with it, because all that means is that you have learned so much. It may not be learning towards what you want it to be, but it's learning towards what not to do to make it what you want it to be, which is still learning. You will get there. You have no choice. As long as you keep creating, as long as you keep working at it, you will get better, whether you want to or not. That is a threat. It's so much denser near the arms. Listen, if you want to try again, there's no reason not to. You can try again as many times as you want. Just don't delete it. Don't erase your progress. Don't keep that thing, whether it's a disaster or not. You can call that part done. Because no matter what, it was still a learning experience. One thing that I've found I like to do when it comes to 3D modeling is if I'm not happy with a piece, I can cut it out of the model and try again, but I'll hold on to it. I'll still keep it just to compare whatever my next thing is that I made.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you for the hydrate, Rosie. Thank you, baby. Thanks for asking if I was okay on your Discord when I experienced the DHC. You're the only person who grew concerned about my safety, believe it or not. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, actually. But I'm glad that I was able to be that person. It's actually that exact reason why. I'm always scared that somebody out there might not have anybody to check on them, so if I have an opportunity that I can try and just do something little to help somebody out, I'm gonna. Something as little as just making sure someone is seen. It can really be life-changing for people. I know it was for me.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
And thank you for the reminder to save, Rosie. I'll save an increment. Yes! That is, yeah, that's what I was trying to say, is you don't gotta save the whole thing. But do save a portion of it, because if you're gonna redo it, look back at what you did afterwards, what you weren't happy with, compare it to the new thing that you are happy with, and then you can have a physical thing that shows you right there, point blank, undoubtedly, no question, that you learned something. You got better at something. You improved your skill, and here is proof. You deserve to see that. You deserve to see your own progress. And it's a hard thing to see. Frag is a cute burb. Weh. Nope, turn off our symmetry ruler for that. Everyone else I knew was like, you get used to it. No, that's only if you wanted to take it in the first place. See, that was the difference between your situation. It wasn't something that you intended to take. Like, if it was something that you were like, yeah, I'm just going to take some weed gummies and get buzzed for the first time ever on purpose, then I'd just sit there and be like, hell yeah, bro, go for it. I support you. Be safe. But it wasn't something that you did that for. It was something that happened by accident, and that's really scary. I think some people lose sight of things like that sometimes. Like, I'm all for a good party animal, but also I want the animal to be taken care of. There's a big difference between doing something because you want to and doing something by mistake or without knowing. Unsolicited drugs are not fun. Yes. I mean, I could just phone it in, then the model will actually get finished. That's always an option too. One of the hardest things that I run into with the models are trying to limit myself and say, okay, do I really need to do this? I know this is something that can be done, but do I really need to go the extra mile and make this, like, feel like a video game level model? Do I really need to do that to myself? The answer is always no. Do I listen? No. But I pretend to sometimes. God, that kind of response does irk me a little bit. Reminds me of, I had a coworker a while back, and I had just gotten the job at this new place. And she was nice, but it became one of those things of like, after she had said what she said, there was no way for me to go back to how I saw her before, you know? And I was trying to tell her about this guy that I had met at a bar, like literally the only time I had ever gone to a bar ever in my life. It was my 22nd birthday. My friends had taken me out to some big, super fancy party bar, and I got completely blackout wasted. The only time of my life I've ever done that. And I was telling her a story of one of my experiences with a dude at that bar who was trying to be all hot shit and talk about his cars and whatnot, as though that was supposed to impress me. And me, being an extremely drunk, extremely autistic, a child in an adult body, the whole time he's going off about his big, fancy, expensive cars, all I was thinking was, oh, I'm a Transformers fan. I know cars. I'll be the judge of this. As though I knew a goddamn thing about cars. No, I know about the ones that turn into robots. I know nothing about vehicles. I couldn't even tell you anything that an engine is comprised of. But I was trying to tell her this experience and how the guy approached me and my response to him just being snarky and stupid drunk of thinking I know better and all this other stuff. But she tried to guess a part of my story of where I was going with it, and she was like, oh my god, let me guess, you got roofied? And that, oh my god, that hit me so hard as a possibility that I had never even begun to consider. Like, obviously, when I went, I was extremely careful with drinks and whatnot. Did not bother to have anything unsupervised, did not leave my group of people, because I know that is like the scariest shit on earth for an AFAB person. So that was my top priority the entire way through. But to have her just blurt out casually, did you get roofied, like it's just a haha fun joke, like it happens to everybody. Like, girl, no, don't treat it like that. Don't act like this is a normal thing. What the fuck? And don't act like it's such a casual thing either. That's not something that should be happening just like randomly going to a bar or whatever. How often does that happen to people? I know a lot, but that in itself is scary to think about. Whew. Like, when she dropped that one on me, it cut me off mid-sentence, and I just sort of stared at her in absolute horror, like, what do you mean? That is weird, and it happens way too much, sadly. Exactly. And what I'm assuming happened was that it probably happened to her, and has probably happened to her multiple times, and probably happened to her friends, because she was definitely the kind of person who does go out to bars, like, all the time. I'm not. I'm a homebody. I don't like to go to bars to begin with. Like I said, this was my only time ever going to a bar. But it broke my heart hearing her say that so casually, because I couldn't help but think, like, how normal must this be for you to have dropped that like that? Holy shit. Like, can I give you a hug? Come on. Men are gross even to other men, raises hand. Yeah, unfortunately. And that's exactly why I'm not a big fan of the bar scene itself. I think drinking can bring out the worst in people, especially the most broken people. Those who do turn to drugs for drinking and drugs for that sort of thing. It's a cry for help, and they do need it. Nobody starts abusing drugs like that if there's not a reason for it. But that doesn't justify their actions for what they do while they're abusing them. That's the core of all of our problems, to be perfectly honest. Hurt people hurt people. But just because you're hurt doesn't give you a right to hurt other people. It is a reason, not an excuse. What gets me is that it's not something one does on a whim. One has to plan and purchase roofies explicitly to do this, and it's premeditated. Yeah. And I just can't wrap my head around that. I really can't. I mean, it's probably just because I've always had the mindset of respect others. You don't have the right to do anything to another person without their consent. And also just, why would you want to? Like, I get upset if I get upset at inanimate objects. Like, I'll bump into the vacuum cleaner and turn around and immediately be like, oh shit, I'm sorry. And then I'll remember, oh no, you don't have feelings because you're an object. I don't know how to be mean. I don't know how to take that shit out on people. I've been to therapy. I'm not like that. If I've got an issue, I don't know. I don't want to bother other people with it. I don't want to control other people. I have no need for that. If I want something that someone's not willing to give me, then my response from that point forward is, oh well, not, let me find a way to take this by force, by illegal means. What the fuck is wrong with you? You just can't have that thing, and you need to accept that. End of conversation. I'll never understand the mentality. I had a guy try to do that to my drink once, but I saw it. Whew. I'm so sorry that happened, Victor. That's terrifying. I'm glad that you were able to see it and not be stuck in that situation. Says sorry to the table. No, the amount of times that I hip check things by mistake because I just don't have the coordination to keep track of where my body is in space and time. I'll hit the fucking wall. I'll slam my whole shoulder into it and I'll still turn around and be like, fuck, sorry. Can barely even be mean to NPCs in a video game. Same! And that's what I mean. Like, that's why I mean that there's something fucked up with people who do that stuff. Like, it's deeper. It does require psychological intervention. But just because they're sick doesn't mean that they have a right to hurt others. Stares at Jax. One thing that I remember reading a long, long time ago was something along the lines of a good testament to morality and finding out whether or not someone is a good person without actually having to interact with them at all is to see whether or not they put their grocery cart back. And I can't help it, but I really feel like I have to agree with it. Because the amount of people that I have witnessed not put their fucking carts back. Why? Which rabbit I just came back? You can't! That was good. No, we are not talking about any of my past experiences with rabbits. We're talking about other asshole experiences. I always put it back because I hate it being in someone's way. Exactly! It is a societal effort. Like, there's no reason not to. It is for the benefit of literally everyone. at the cost of you having to walk 5 feet from your car to put it back. It is the smallest effort that you can make to make the world a little better and to make it easier for this system that is in place to help you work. You want to have a cart when you go up to go grocery shopping, so put it back. If you want other people to do things for you in this system that we have built, then you need to do it for them. And that's the hardest part for so many people to hear. I don't get it. What do you mean? Why is it so hard for some people to understand that in order to be a good person, you also have to do good things? For more than just yourself. Not sure how I feel about the blue. I feel like maybe I'll go a little brighter blue on the face. See, part of the problem with this one is it's a little too dark. I might lighten the colors some. What about the people who steal grocery carts? I'll be honest, I've never encountered someone who actually did that. Like, I know that it's a common thing for homeless people to be using personal grocery carts and whatnot. I've never actually witnessed one get stolen, though. Usually the ones that I see them using are beat up to shit because they've had to use it. They've had no other options. And if anything, honestly, I would rather them steal a new one. Because they don't have anything. If that's the only option available for them, guess what? The business can afford that loss a lot easier than they can right now. And I'm sorry to take that stance, but we have to help each other. If it were my business, I would much rather them take the cart just so that they have something that they can live off of, because for me, it's a tax write-off. For them, that could be the difference between surviving another night. Also, be kind to the employees. They aren't your butler. Yeah, they're just a person. And odds are they're going through hell. I'm done trying to retopo this. Maybe I'll look into more add-ons to make it easier. I've only found them randomly. I'll look into them myself and see if I can find anything good to throw your way, Yami. At least next time I have to get around to doing any retopoing, because I know I have to for Freddy. And I would like to experiment with some of those. They put trackers on them because of it. I mean, I get it. My problem is I'm a bit of a rule breaker when it comes to the greater good. As I know nothing is in black and white. We live in a system that is designed, unfortunately, to hurt so many people. And I've been so passive and so quiet about it my whole life because I never wanted to cause a problem with anything. But I just see too many people hurting anymore. So now it's become one of those, you know, if you see somebody stealing from Walmart, no, you didn't. Ah, well, hello! Welcome, Lear! You're just in time! We are just about wrapping up on your ornament for your gifted sub for my channel for the month of December. This is how I'm trying to do my giving back to the rest of the community and everything that has helped me get to where I am right now. And unless you see anything that you would like to have added to it, I'd say it's probably done. I don't really like how that inner shadow was happening there. We're just going to leave that out. We're not going to talk about that. Actually, no. Because this one's so much darker, I'm going to do a highlight layer, I think. This is so cute. Thank you! Actually, here, let me throw this up here as well. Once we are done, I will be redoing our big Christmas wreath to have all of our new ornaments on it. When we're done, I'll be posting this on Twitter and on Blue Sky, and I'll be trying to tag every single person I can, if I still have their contacts and whatnot. But this is where they'll all be ending up. They've all got to be resized because we already ran out of space with the first pass. But also, I am giving these files out to anyone who wants to have them. I mean, they're obviously for you guys. So if you would like to download your ornament once it's done, I'm posting all of them in my Discord channel, and you can find that in the About section or by just using the command Discord, which I'll go ahead and do here. Let me know if that link doesn't work to anyone who wishes to join. Just make sure that you read the rules carefully so that you can have access to the rest of the server if you do. And let's go ahead and slap on some really gentle highlights here on just the tips of the ears and whatnot. Just enough to pop this out. Oh, and we can turn off our symmetry for this one. But yeah, Lear, how was your stream? I was trying to lurk in the distance here while I was working on this for you. Thank you very much for the raid, by the way. You'll never find me. I'm on no social media. See, that's why I always say the word try. I'll always give anything a try. Will I succeed? Now that's a whole other story. But I don't have to worry about that one until I get there. I'm going to change the hair's highlight to a slightly more yellow color, I think, just to make it kind of preserve that brown in the hair. Same with our other highlight here on the ears. Oop. It was good. I was working on a commission and art to freshen up my commission price sheet. Hell yeah! You'll only ever find me on one social platform, and that's Discord. Thank you for the lurk, awesome! I do exist on Discord. but I am not exactly known to be social on it. That's okay, neither am I. In fact, this has been the most social I think I've ever been. Because ya boy was kind of scared to be social with people for a while. I was around for the early Tumblr days, and I don't know. Experiencing the nastiness of the internet at a younger age really scared me out of socializing. There we go. I think that's good. I like that. One last little highlight on the earring. Almost forgot. And I'd say that's good. Wait! Ah! I almost forgot to color the ink, the lines again. Ah, what? Is that a pyro I hear? Hello, Pyro! It's so good to see you. Actually, I'm excited to see you because yours was one of the ornaments that I was able to finish already. So these are all of the ones that have been finished since the last time. Let me make them a little
Did
bigger.
you remember to save
Thank you, Victor.
all of your files?
If you become
Here we go.
lightheaded
There
from
is yours,
thirst,
Pyro.
feel free to pass out.
And thank you for the hydrate cue. I think it's about time I hop off to bed, because it's just gone to 2 a.m. Hope you have a lovely rest of your stream, Frag, and to all of you out there, good morning, good evening, and good night. Good night, Q. I hope you have a good rest. Oh, wow!
7_proto just subscribed for 15 months. Good evening, Frag.
Good evening! Thank you so much for the sub! That means that if we haven't already done you, I don't think we have, but I need to add you to our list of more ornaments. And that's what we're looking at right now here. So these are all of the ornaments that we have done since the last time that I had updated the tree. We have not actually been able to update the tree since there were so many all at once from Mime's generosity. But that is where we had left off on it before. And we have more than doubled it already. I will add it to my fan art. Hell yeah! In fact, I've already posted it in the server, I believe. Let me make sure that's true, and I didn't just put the images there and then forget to hit enter. No, okay. They are already posted, with the exceptions of the ones that we are making today on stream. So feel free to download that and put it on your stream. Do whatever you'd like with it. It is yours. Very nice tree. You know, I regret not doing a tree. I was gonna do a tree. I started as one. Rosie can vouch. But I ended up not going through with it because I thought a wreath would be easier to fit the ornaments onto. And that was also proven wrong. When you guys so lovingly decided to prove that wrong. With all of the generous, gifted subs. Is that too brown? I feel like it's too saturated. Maybe I'll just take directly from the darkest shadows. I'm fighting my instincts because I want to make this so much more saturated than I think the character is. I tend to go a little too hard with that. And I'm holding myself back on purpose to be respectful. I don't need to make everyone's character look like a Lisa Frank drawing. Mind if I jump in on the show and tell craze? Absolutely, go right ahead. I saw someone on TV use disco balls as gigantic Christmas tree baubles, not for decorating a tree, but as surrounding decoration. That is a really cool idea, and I'm totally going to do that myself one year. Because my tree that I decorate, it's mine with Mom. We both have our own little trees. She's got a Grinch tree because she loves the Grinch. And then I've got our kind of modern take on a Christmas tree, because being a caretaker for so long for my grandma, we've both kind of decided that we don't like traditional Christmas designs anymore. We've kind of had to be around them so much at this point for her. And we're not into it anymore. It was fun, but we've had to celebrate traditional Christmas for so long. So we do a more modern Christmas now.
Pyrus Pino just cheered 50 bits. Did you hear about the crossover between Genshin Impact and Honkai Star Rail? Well, it's not happening. Gotcha.
Oh.
Get it? Gotcha. Gotcha. Yeah, you get it.
That's a good one, Pyro. Oh, it completely derailed my train of thought. That's okay. I can always find new stuff to yap about. There. Got our colored line work. Make sure that our mouth is still black. With the exception of these tusks. I like it. Hopefully I didn't make it too muddy. I don't know. I'm a little bit rusty with doing more natural tones. But I'm happy with it. I like how it came out. Save that as a flattened image. Close out of it. Reopen it. And we're going to drag and drop it over here with the rest of them. Oh yeah, that came out good. One of my partners bought a pink plastic tree this year, but she wasn't happy with how pastel pink it was, so she bought a blue one. Then she had the genius idea to put half the blue on the bottom half of the pink. It's a duo color tree. Kolar, you need to send me a picture of that. If you can possibly get one to show, I would love to see. I don't care if it's in the group or if it's just in my DMs, because that sounds heavenly. I'm not gonna lie, I had that exact same thought to dissect 2 different trees and hybridize them. By the way, Frag, January 9th? What is January 9th? Do I have anything written down for that? Is that somebody's birthday? It's almost somebody's birthday. Nap! Hello, Nap! How have you been? Also, I have to say, all the other ornaments look fantastic. I like how glittery and bright they all are. Thank you so much, Lear! That really means a lot. I'm trying out a lot of new stuff with these. I'm taking this as an opportunity to be a little bit more loosey-goosey with everything and not worry so much about everything being perfect. That's been fun. I've been enjoying it. Not a birthday. Mine was on the 17th of this month. Is it... Oh my god, it's not your streamiversary already, is it? January 9th is when I'm going Gregory. What does that mean? Quite eepy and... Oh, I've been okay. Quite eepy and busy with Christmas and just relaxing. Good! I'm glad that you're just relaxing. Now is the time to be doing that. We got nowhere else better to be right now. The entire year ends tomorrow. Only pic... Oh, I only had a pic of right when she was doing it, though, so no lights on it. It looks better now IRL. That's okay. I'd still love to see, because that's such a cool idea. A lot of it has been self-care and treating myself. Good! Yes! Perfect! That's what I like to hear! We can all learn something from Nep. Going to head off before I keel over. Apparently I'm actually quite tired. I can tell from how I feel having stood up. Good night, Yami! Thank you so much for putting in such an effort working on your project today. I know it was kind of a tough one. You were forcing yourself with the motivation, but I'm really glad you pushed yourself. You were able to accomplish so much, even though it may not feel like that. It's hard when it comes to 3D modeling, because sometimes you close a window and you feel like you haven't done a goddamn thing because you tried to do something 7 different ways to Tuesday, and none of them worked, but... Oh. Is that when you're going to be playing Security Breach? I'm getting a new VR chat Abby made, really excited for it, and a bunch of art to go along with it so that it's some serotonin for me. Fuck yeah! Please show us whenever you get it made. I'd love to see it. Is it going to be in the same style, or do you have a new art style that it's going to be in? It is! Yay! I will do everything I can to try and stop in and say hi for that, Pyro. Unfortunately, I just haven't had enough time for the last 2 months here to even breathe. New art style for the VR chat Abby. I do have a nearly finished whip of one piece of art. I would love to see Nep if you're willing to share. Doesn't have to be in the group if you're more comfortable sharing in DMs, because I know you. So let me check who's next on our list for the ornaments. Lawrence Bugman. Now, I believe this is someone who may have come from Kevin's side. Oh. Oh, this is gonna be a fun one. They've got a cute character. Oh no, I'm not actually sure how I'm gonna do this as an ornament though. Welcome to join me in voice chat for that one. If I get the ability to, if I'm able to, if I have the time, I'm more than happy to. I know you've been asking about that for a while, and I would love to be able to join you for it. Oh, let's see this. Oh! I didn't realize it was going to be that character. Oh, I'm really excited for that. Nev, I can't wait to see pictures. Please share them when you as you get them. That's going to be so cool. Also, that art piece is gorgeous. We're going to need a big tree to fit all these ornaments. We sure are. Oop, hold on. Let me get through some of this. I got a couple of DMs here that are starting to pile up. I'm afraid I don't have the ability to get to all of them right now while I'm live. I'll try and get back to you guys after we're done for the day. And speaking of, let me check our time. Okay, so we're about to hit our 4th hour. Got about 10 minutes before that, actually a little less. Which means we've got about 2 hours left of stream. I'd like to try and get 2 more ornaments in if we can. It's gorgeous, they're cooking on it. Yay, I can't wait! Have you covered mine yet? The message that you sent? No, I'm afraid not, because you've sent so many pictures.
If you
I don't want
become
you to feel like I'm
lightheaded
just
from
glossing over
thirst,
them.
feel free to pass out.
Awa! Right, I almost forgot to ask, have you looked into those archipelago randomizers yet? And if you know which game you'd play if you were to do one? I have not, unfortunately. Again, I'm afraid I've just been too swamped lately. I did see something about, I think Astral Spiff was doing some kind of archipelago something or other, but been pretty brain rotten with him, so it's all I'm fixating on recently. Good! I love to see that. You guys getting all excited over your own characters and whatnot, like this is what it's all about. This is what art is all about. Alright, hold on. We're gonna go ahead and get our next ornament up and running before I keep yapping here. Because I would like to try and get these last 2 done, if not more. That would be wonderful. Get our blank gift. Let's minimize this. And we'll go ahead and get our text on here. This is going to be one that gets split in half. Now, I will say, some of y'all have made this quite a challenge for me in how long your usernames are. Because some of them I just have not been able to fit very easily. I'll have to look at all of them once we're done with every single one and figure out who's had the longest name. All right, let's grab this person's character images. Their character is a bug. He is 1 inch tall. And this is what he looks like. And this is the outfit that he chooses to wear, which is very bold. And I admire their bravery. All right. Cuteness overload, huh? Yeah, that's fine. Now, it seems like you had a really awesome trip just from what I have been able to see, Lewis. Also, the amount of art that you were able to create whilst on a trip, holy crap. Do you draw on mobile? Like, do you do art on the go? That's something I need to get better at doing. Guess that's my cue to hop off. Do appreciate the way you love my alien mascot and my interests. Absolutely, you've got a really cute character and I'd love to see more of them. Procreate! Okay, yeah. That makes perfect sense then. I feel like Procreate artists are just, I don't know, that mobility seems to really change things for people. I'm not a fan of Apple products, but I really have considered getting some kind of tablet purely to be able to just make art like that on the go. All right, enough yapping. We have a Bugman to draw. So first things first, I'm not gonna lie, there's a part of me that's debating doing something here that I don't know if they're gonna like or not. We'll start with just making this fur colored, or skin colored, because we don't have a whole lot color palette wise to work with. The Speedo, yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that's like, what if we just I don't know if this were someone that I knew personally, I wouldn't hesitate. But I don't know if they're gonna appreciate that sense of humor. We'll play with it. It's not a no. I'm not totally against it, but I want to try and do something a little more than just that. Looks like a thong. Used all the photos to create a series of drawings inspired by Who Framed Roger Rabbit. Oh, cool! Yeah, I can see that. Had fun carefully adjusting some parts with erasing and illuminating. You did a really fantastic job. Like, I'm sorry I haven't been able to have a chance to like sit down and individually admire each piece, but it very much shows that Roger Rabbit was an influence on that, and your rendering has been gorgeous work. Oh, our ads are going to start in about a minute here. Again, to anyone who is not familiar, we have them run for 3 minutes once every hour. Never thought I'd see a bauble in Budgie Smugglers. What is that? What are Budgie Smugglers? No, you can't call it that. Y'all are gonna be the death of me. Let's get these leggies in here. I like these leggies. These are fun. Also, yes, I'm well aware that that is severely off-center. It has been plaguing me, and I'm too far deep in to change it. I should have made that with the symmetry tool in the beginning. I didn't. Yes, I regret it. No, I'm not fixing it. Looking back at the art I just did right now, I probably could have made the legs a little better. It's up to you, foe. But there's no harm in redrawing it if you choose to. Whee! Well, hello, Lawrence!
Bugmen can now hatch from their egg.
Thanks for being here. I might be making a couple of jokes about your character's outfit, and I'm not sure if your sense of humor goes along with mine. I apologize if it has not been enjoyable. But welcome, I'm glad you could join us while I'm working on this ornament for your character. I love these leggy designs. What bug is your character based on, if you don't mind me asking? Don't worry, I may have heard many jokes about my outfit. Well, it was more so just, I wanted to know if it was okay to do this for your ornament, and it's okay if you would prefer I didn't. So please don't hesitate to let me know. But we were considering perhaps including your outfit like this. Partially a spider. I like that. More than okay? Awesome. Love to hear that. Thank you. And we will be keeping that. There, let's get your second set of leggies on here. I can do that better. Legs I'll probably refine later, just wanted to have Synapse on his knees with his core torn out of his chest. Angst practice. That sounds brutal. I'm excited to see it. Wait!
Pyrus Pino just cheered 50 bits, heading off for bed now. But before I go, I want to say this. I don't know if you are a fan of Funko Pops, but my favorite Pokemon is finally getting one. Release date is January 7th from what I have read.
Oh wow! I'm surprised they haven't made all the Pokemon already. That's super exciting. You're not going to make me guess what your favorite Pokemon is, though, are you? My first guess would have probably been Scolipede, but I feel like that's... No, wait, you have said that before, Magmar, yeah! The rest of the bauble's just abs. No, see, I already got away with doing what I really wanted to do with Sassy's. I wanted to do this either for her or for Rosie, either one, whoever I could. Sassy just came up first in the list. Sparky has infected my mind with Scolipede. Wait, it says Spino is crazy. I know, it is. Because now it's got me saying it like that and I have to check myself every time and I keep messing it up. And this is one we won't be doing colored line art on because the character is predominantly monochrome. And the only colors we really have to work with are the flesh tone and the dark gray black of the leggies, so we'll just be coloring our ornament, I suppose. Imagine if I was Bugman. Pyro Speedo. Left myself quite simple. I like this design. I love the fluff on the neck. I'll definitely be including that if I can here, because I like... Anytime I can do a ring of fluff around someone's neck, I'm gonna. Or well, in this case, the bauble. That doesn't really look right. Play with that part a bit more. I'm not a big fan of how that looks right now. Much better. Really putting it on blast how lopsided this bauble piece is, but that's okay. Actually, let me undo all that. So I realize that one needs to be on a different layer. Tangents, tangents, tangents. My worst enemy in art. That and this brush isn't really the best for doing tinier details. To be fair, I left all my creativity to all of my other OCs. Buggy was the first one I ever made as it was, so don't feel bad about that. A character does not need to be insanely detailed to be a good character. In fact, a lot of the time that comes to be their downfall. Unfortunately, there's a lot of personas that I have seen that kind of go a little too much in the overly detailed category. To me, it gets kind of overwhelming trying to draw characters like this. I prefer I prefer characters more like this. Because look at how much we were able to represent as just a ball. That's why Popple is how he is. I mean, he seems overly detailed, but it's just because of the rainbow. That, and hell, when you're a VTuber, your character doesn't have to be the most amazing character in the universe or the most overly thought through, detailed. The VTuber awards went to a literal man with a peanut filter on his face. So it does not matter. The only thing that does matter is that you are happy with your design. As long as you keep it that way, I'm going to be just as happy to draw. Why?
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you for the hydrate, Lear. Is it Lear or Liar? Different people like to pronounce that differently, so I'm not sure which one to go for. I apologize if I've done the wrong one. Thanks. Eventually I will try to stream my musical endeavors and have a tuber of this. I wish you the best of luck for that. Have you shared your music anywhere before? I think this is just about ready. Not a whole lot of prep work. Let's get a flat thrown down for our fluff. I'm going to make it just a little bit lighter so that we don't lose it completely when I put the shadows on. First one's right. Thank you. Actually, I'm going to be learning music production and stream the whole process of learning it as I go. Oh, that's so cool! Hold on, have I followed you yet? I have now. I'm excited for this journey for you, Lawrence. I hope to be here for it. You can absolutely do it as long as you just keep pushing it, keep working at it. Never give up. And like I've been going off about all day on all of the other things we've talked about, this is the importance of art. Self-expression, creativity, passion. This is the whole point of being human. Be recklessly passionate. Learn all of the things. And be unapologetically you. Because no matter how niche it may be, your brand, your energy, your creativity, whatever it is that you are bringing to the table here, it matters. And I want to see it. I may not be your target audience, but I still want to see you creating. And whether I'm your target audience or not, I will be appreciative of whatever it is that you create. I want all of us to win. Just bought the keyboard recently and plan to start very shortly, slowly setting things up over time. Good luck with it. If you ever have any questions about the whole stream setup, I'd be more than happy to try and answer any of them, but I'm by far no means a professional. I'm still figuring everything out as I go. Top of the ornament looks like a comb in the fluff. It does. I guess I could have made that part more of the flesh color, but I don't know. Let's try it. Let's see. Why not? Now I'm not sure what it looks like, but it's a better contrast. I don't know. You guys might have to tell me what you prefer on that one. All right. Let's get a shadow layer going. Mostly only going to be showing up around the neck fluff. Flesh. Who the hell ordered the Victoria's Secret ornament? No, you see, we've already done that one. That one was Sassy's. Sassy's got 2 extra baubles on her bauble. Boobles, if you will. Fun fact, I did actually base Sassy off of the Eve card. It's really funny that you recognized that. I'm crying, I'm coughing. You know what? I might try and do a purple undertone on this shadow. I don't know how well that'll work. Because the one thing when it comes to more human flesh tones, which I guess is a weird way to say that, but, you know, I'm a blue chicken, so what do I know? It's serving cunt. The ornament? Well, there you go, Lawrence. We'll have to do a vote of which ornament came out the cuntiest. It's going to be a very strong match between Lawrence, Sassy, and probably Rosie. Although I don't think Lawrence was necessarily looking for that title. The other two, absolutely. I feel like it needs something down on the leggies a little bit. Let's try and just do a little on them. No, I don't think so. We'll do a highlight on them instead. I'm just worried about overpowering it. All right, we'll do a shadow on the floof. Can I flick my bean to your art? I mean, I can't exactly stop you, can I? Chase your bliss. If this is what you want to flick it to, go for it. Who am I to judge? Tell Adora I said I love them. I need to make that smaller. Why is the airbrush pen so big? I feel partially obligated to do different shading on the outfit, but at the same time, I don't know. This feels like it would work. It's on a ball. I'm gonna keep it. I will try that purple shading idea though, just on the off chance that it makes it look a little better. Because I'm also thinking I'm gonna take the skin shading color and make it more purple too. It's not too much, is it? Or too little? Just enough. Oh, wow. We have a positive thought from Lear. There's a beloved pet out there somewhere getting covered in smooches. I love that. That's such a good thought. You guys have had so many positive thoughts and things to share lately, and it has made me so happy. In fact, that beloved pet out there getting covered in smooches might even be my dog right now. She's been having a field day today, because today my mom, her Grammy is what we call her, has finally had a day off and has been home, and all she's been doing is snuggling with Bronx. And Bronx has been in heaven. The beloved pet out there eating all the ham. I'm positive it's not Bronx. Oh shit. All right, let's get a highlight because we're definitely going to need one. I'm going to do it in a light purple first. I might change that color after. We'll see. And this is going to be one of those where I'm not totally sure where I want to put the highlight. I might do like a soft gradient right in the center of this. Just because. I feel like it could use one right here just to create some dimension. And probably something I will do on the legs as well. Just because it's kind of getting a little tricky to pull their dimension out a bit more. Right in the middle. Actually, a little higher. I'm going to flatten it so that it's a little bit more of an oblong circle. It's going to be very subtle. Too subtle. There we go. Might blur it or smear it a little higher just to match these spots that I wanted in. Good shit. And we'll do another on the leggies. I'm going to put this one on a clipped layer. And same deal, we're just going to use our airbrush. And highlight a gradient of just these edges. Just enough that we can hopefully create that sort of gradation taper. Again, we will set that to screen. Lower the opacity so it's very subtle. All right. If anything, maybe the lines on just the legs need a bit of a gradient themselves too. We'll take our dark purple. Oh, no, we want to clip that. And this is where we got to get a little bit creative because we want it to be black on this edge, but we don't want it to be the same color as the shading. So we're going to have to go in and do some trick of the eye stuff. And that seems to break it up a little better. All right. And the one thing I don't particularly love is how flat the grayish black color has become. Maybe I need to change that to something with a tint to it. I really like this blue framing around the character. So I'm going to steal a hint of blue from that. So the time on my PC is wrong. It's telling me that it's 6:57 p.m. I'm like, wow, Frag started super early today. I'm only now realizing that the time zone is wrong. I'm trying to select the right time zone. Maddie, do we live in the Easter Island? Settings are confusing. Never mind. I found it. This is not what I want. Give me this gray. We want to make it a little more saturated. That's so much darker. We're not... This is the same color. And by simply adding saturation to it, it gets so much darker. What is happening? I don't really hate that. It's still awfully dark, though. I do not understand how it is going that dark. Sure, whatever. No, you need to clip to that. Okay. At least it warmed it up a little bit more. I think with that in mind, this might be our final ornament for Lawrence. Color in the top of our bubble to match the rest of our lines. And I'd say I like that. That looks good. Unfortunately, I did just save that over the wrong file. But that's okay. We'll go ahead and save it as a flat. I don't think we necessarily lost anything, but I did not really want it to save over that file. So let's see if we can recover that document. Well, that's okay. I have another idea of how we can fix this. It should have saved the edit history on this. So with that in mind, we are just going to... No? Oh dear. Maybe if I reopen it with the recover, we can... This one's got the recovery history. Except it doesn't! It's alright, we can fix this. It will be easier to fix on this one than the others were either, too. Actually, do I have another one that was even simpler that we could fix? Probably. The spooks! Oh yeah, this one's way less. Never mind, it's way more. Give me a second, I'll figure this out. All right, I'm going to make this our new blank ornament file. All right. Let's go ahead and close out of those extra ones. And reopen Lawrence's. So that we can toss it over with the rest of these guys. Another one done. So we've got about 20 minutes here before our next ads. Oh shit, I'm sorry. I've been ignoring chat the entire time because that was a technical issue. Hi, Frosty! Just had to search up the Easter Island because my brain said, what the hell is that? I need to go back to school at this point or just get a new brain. Frag, I will trade you. Not been able to peep in much lately. How's it been? It's been pretty good. We've been working on some ornaments for all of the subscribers throughout December here. As a big final thank you for everyone who has been supportive of my channel. Sign is in the bottom. Is that all of us, the viewers? Yep. Actually, Caller, are you familiar with stream avatars at all? Because if you're not, I'm more than happy to walk you through how it works. All right, awesome. So, the way that stream avatars works is each one of these little dinosaurs are one of you guys. And if you float your mouse over the twinkle beside my head, there should be a little button that appears there for either sound alerts or stream avatars. They both have the same initials, so you'll have to pick which one. But once you have that open, there's a little window that pops up, and it might need a second to load, but it will eventually load out all of the different dinosaurs that you can hatch into if you are a follower. If you're not a follower, you will be an egg, which is also something that can still engage with everybody, just like the other dinosaurs. But on that window, you will also have like a 3 lines or a ... or a something or other that can take you to a different window that has a controller. And from that controller, you can put in different actions to do things on the stream, to engage with other people. You can even use commands too. For example, this should work. You should see my moss go right over and give you a little hug. Or get stuck because it doesn't know how to climb the ladder to get up to you. Here, we'll try it again now that... Oh, no, I fell. There's a lot of different games that can be played with this, but I'm afraid I haven't learned enough about it yet to actually figure out how to get it to work. Is unaware of the hug function? Yeah, there's hug, attack, fart, sit, lay, dance. I'm trying to remember some of the other ones, but... I'm just realizing, apparently we've had a stuck Anki in the corner over by Popple. Hold on. Let me rescue you. There you go. Oh, my eggs are everywhere. Woo! Here, let you guys do some jumping practice. Okay, now that's just not fair. Don't give it to me. All right, too many of those went to bots. There's also a bomb. I know you can drop bombs on people. One day I'll get around to figuring out the other games, because there's a bunch of, like, slots, boss fights. There's like an RPG that you guys can play. But until I have it all actually set up and active, I don't know how it works, and I'd be afraid to have it constantly going on. Just because I don't want people to have, like, a game get messed up for them. Eventually, I'll be going through and doing custom character sprites. both for the dinosaurs and for boss characters and whatnot. I'm a Utah Raptor now. Congratulations on hatching. All right, so Lawrence we have wrapped up here. Oh shit, Kolar! You are next! And we're doing pretty good. We might be able to get 2 more in by the end of stream. Kolar, would you mind sending me your character? If not, I will go hunt down Kevin's VODs. Kolar hatched into an ornament. I know right now I'm just procrastinating on second retopo of my Trusona's model. The metal/synthetic muscle look is a pain. Yeah! Actually, Frosty, you are also on our list, so if you'd like to pick a character and let me know who you would like me to use for your ornament, I would love to have a reference. That goes for anybody else who hasn't made it aware of where I can find a reference of any sort for any of your characters or anything. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to reach out to, like, literally everyone because thanks to Morbid Mime, I have so many of these to do now. But anyone who I know does have characters, is active, is around, I want to try and do something nice, you know? Thank you, Kolar! Weh! Oh, that one was bigger than I was expecting. I don't know how I didn't realize this now, or until now, but Kolar, you're bald. Oh, the picture with Lil Bald's so cute. Whee! Got like 25,000 points I keep forgetting to use. I could be a menace if I wanted to. Actually, Lil Bald is also on the list. I might go ahead and do Lil Bald next, since this is a very good picture to have of them. Of him. Alrighty. Hopefully you won't end up looking And this is the problem. Like, I don't want some people to feel like because their characters aren't as detailed that they're getting less of an ornament. It's my biggest struggle with some of this stuff because some people have characters that just have so much going on. And it's not that I'm trying to do more for some people than others. It's that some people just have more detailed characters than others. Is this the third bat now? Or do we have another? Hold on. We'll check the ones that were already on the wreath. I think Lena Bat was the only one originally. I'm not sure if Kohi's also part bat. But this does mark our third bat. Am I on the list? You absolutely are, Seven. IRL I have green hair at the moment, but I don't know how well it would look on the avatar. I could give you a green mohawk. Oh, I like that you have fluff. That's a different ear design. I like that a lot. That's very cute. Guess I can toss a ref on Discord perhaps, just in case I get busy on your next stream. Yeah, please do. Anyone who hasn't specifically, like if I've asked them and they haven't specifically provided anything, I'm just kind of snooping on their accounts to find anything that seems like a character or something that they like, that they have made or that is personal to them. Since it's not like I'm doing things on commission or anything, I'm just trying to do something that says, hey, I'm thinking about you. I'm trying to show any kind of appreciation. If you want, you can do a bit more purple in the ears for some more color than in his reference. If you want to do a green mohawk, I'm not going to shut you down. I like that you kind of got these, like, almost pointy. Now, hold on, hold on. You see that curly cue there? Posture check. Thank you, Lear. I am shrimping a little bit. I have a bad habit of leaning to the left because I'm anchoring my shoulder on my left arm. But I don't know. This is new. This is something that I've never had an art program do, where it continues to throw my brush around and try to, like, predict the path that it's taking. It's pretty weird. sent the current hair color as reference. Thank you. Is that you? Bitch. How come you're not a model? This is like, I know this is a weird thing to say, but you have such a symmetrical face. Gotta head off to bed. Good night, Frag, and good night, everyone else. Thank you for being here, Lear. I'm so glad you got to see your ornament. Please have a good rest, and I hope you have a happy new year. Looked like you had a hair on your screen. Yeah, and I do that. It happens so often. Like, look, there's these little streakies all over the place. I've never had this happen with a brush before. I thought it was my stabilizers at first, but sometimes I gotta go in and just clean up a little extra because I didn't realize it was doing that. Oh god, my pen was doing that. The pen still acted like it was activated at minimal but not zero pressure. Made undo a pain. Yeah, I don't know. I know this tablet has like a hover function of some sort, and it also can read directional input. Like if I have the pen tilted at a certain angle, it should be able to output that, like however it is. But I don't know if Psy has that support for that sort of a function, and if it does, I've never intentionally used it. Got any New Year's resolutions? I got the generic get in better shape one, but I got one of them fancy smartwatches to hopefully help me hold myself accountable. Yeah, that's one that I make every year, and so far I just have not really succeeded at. But definitely would like to try and do a little better in that regard. One thing I want to do is start incorporating a more daily time for exercise. Because I did get this year a little pedal bike, and I would like to be using it more daily than I do. But my big goal, and I'm trying to be very kind to myself with this, my big goal is simply, I want to be more creative. I want to make more art. Just more frequently. Push myself to actually get started more, instead of just thinking about art and then not actually doing it. Because that's the worst thing. That's the hardest part, is just getting started. And that goes for everything. Goes for exercise, goes for art. Oh, and I almost missed this, but ads are going to play any minute now. These will be our last ads for the night, right before our final ads for the night, where we say goodnight. Heck yeah, I'm right now starting off with weekly walkies and trying to gamify it for myself. That is a great idea. The gamification of chores really is like, well, for lack of a better word, a game changer. Oh, Kolar, you have like a normal bat nose. Or not normal bat nose. You have a non... You know what I'm saying. Yes, last ads before the last ads. I need to add that art goal for myself, and I know I really want to get my 2D art skills back. See, that's the part that's been my motivator, because I feel like all I've done this year has been 3D stuff primarily. So I haven't really been focusing as much on the 2D, and I know it's not happening, but I feel like I'm skill regressing. And it just makes me paranoid. So I've decided, no, I'm gonna just push myself to make more art. It doesn't matter if it's good or bad, just make something. That's all that matters, make something. More fruit bat flying fox nose. Yes! I was going to say that, but I couldn't remember what they looked like, so I decided it was better not to. Hold on, I want to look up a fruit bat nose just to have a clearer idea of how I should be drawing it. God, fruit bats are cute. They really are just sky puppies. Better to not be bat racially insensitive. No, we save all the racially insensitivity things for scallops. I need to know the tea on the scallops beef. It's not even like a real thing. So we were playing Jackbox Party last night, and for some reason, somehow, we went from Spooka had scallops for dinner to Donnie didn't know what scallops were, couldn't remember what they were, to scallops are the root of all evil and we need to get rid of them. So now we all are just very racist towards scallops specifically for whatever reason. Down with scallops. All of that, I believe, can be found in Rosie's VOD from last night. I'll have to go through and take some clips of it myself. In before someone comes on with a scallop sona. I love this side grin that Kevin gave you. I'm actually going to steal that. I haven't done a side grin on any of these yet. Maybe there's a reason why I haven't done a side grin. It's a little harder from the front than I was thinking. Remember liking scallops the singular time that I've eaten them, but I have no idea if I'd like them nowadays. I actually don't know if I like scallops or not, because it really depends on how they're made. But I have not had them at all since I started taking new medications that make me so nauseous all the time. I've found that any meat, just about, is kind of a struggle for me to eat these days. Which sucks, because I love meat. But I'll be trying to eat it, and then just, I don't know, something about the texture or whatever, some part of it will yuck me out. Unintentionally. Whee! Or seafood scallops are very meaty. We don't want to forget your earring things. I'm on the fence with this grin. There we go. That's a little better. I know I've unfortunately been raised a steak snob. Tried to treat myself to steak for Christmas, but was still trying to be money conscious about it, and yeah. Turns out I like pricier cuts, and I wasn't enjoying the one that I got very much. Aww, that bites. Because I'll be honest, I love a good steak, but I'm so picky with beef that I don't think that I could even eat like the lesser expensive ones, which is why I just don't have it at all. Because I can't stomach fat at all. If I bite into a chunk of fat, it's instant gag. Fat bite is ugh. I love well marbled fat, but when you just get a big clump... Oh. Ah. I think it's the tism with the sudden texture changes. Even then, if I knew I was about to eat fat, I couldn't do it. I would have to gag it down. I could not. I couldn't chew it. I would be fighting every part of my body, resisting. Which in itself is fairly funny for me because I'm not that picky of an eater. So I'm well aware that my body is reacting, but I can't control it. So the whole time I'm getting frustrated with myself, like, come on, you fucking machine, eat this. It's very simple. We know how to do this. Put this in the mouth, chew it, swallow. It's not hard at all. But then I'll try and do that, and then, my body's not listening. It refuses. It will not swallow. So I'm yelling at my own body like I am like a kid's soccer coach yelling at the team. Nothing's working. No one's happy. Big clumps and cheaper cuts, icky. Yeah. It's funny because I've always really liked the parts or the way that meat is cooked that my mom hates. So she hates dry pork chops. The way she wants her pork chops to be, to me, are inedible. She wants them to be juicy and I don't know. A juicy in itself is not a good word for meat, in my opinion. Because that's just too much risk of bad texture. All right. I always jokingly tell mom that if the closer the meat is to jerky, the more I will enjoy it. Unless it's a good steak, I want the good steak to be practically bleeding. Oh, we need to change our background. That's why I like overly processed meats, all just the same texture. Yeah, it's why nuggets were the safe choice. Oop. A lot of fireworks are suddenly going off outside. I think they have the date wrong. Plus it's 4:30 in the morning. Oh. Yeah, fireworks shouldn't really be going off at that time. Similar to me and my dad, I would give my cut off fat chunks. I understand fat is flavor, but only when it renders. I don't like the texture of it when it's not, like, melted. Yeah, exactly. You get it. All right, so the problem with this one is we did lose our preset color that I had for all of the shadows, but that's okay. I'm just going to pick a random purple. Okay, that was way too bright of a purple. We should pick a color for the hue of the gray-black color before anything else. So I think what we'll do, since you seem to gravitate towards purple, is we will go for a slightly purpler gray-black color. Perfect. Now we can go with blue, or a pinkish blue, for our shadow. Might be a bit too intense, actually. I'll go back to the pinker. Might need to go darker, too. See, grays and blacks are always the hardest for me to shade. Purely because I want to push them with color, but there's no color actually present, so we're kind of like trying to create the illusion. There we go. It's a little better. Sudden Sonic. Whoa!
Security alert! Security alert!
Woo, 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 woo!
Kevin DNG has raided the channel with 12 eggs.
Welcome, Kevin! May I offer you a fine cola with this raid? Your cola is always welcome here, Kevin.
This is art. You will hear a buzzer. When you hear the buzzer, stare at the art.
Thank you so much, Frosty. Thanks for raiding, Kevin. How did your stream go? Did you ever decide on a game to play? We've been talking about you pretty much all day. We are currently working on Kolar's ornament, which may end up being our last ornament of the day. We will see. Played Misery and 'Tis Was Chill. Except for when I fucked everything up at the start. But chill. Well, good. I'm glad that things went well. And welcome everybody who Kevin has brought along. I guess I should do my whole spiel, but you're probably well enough familiar with me by now. I am Moss. I go by Moss, FragRaptor, whatever. I am a variety streamer. I do artwork, games, and 3D modeling. In that order. Today we are working on ornaments for everyone who subbed throughout the month of December. And today is still ongoing, so there can still be more added at any time. We are making ornaments for everyone who has subbed to go on our big wreath at the end of the year. And I'll be posting the full wreath. This is not everyone. This is just the last time I updated it. But I'll be posting the full wreath on Blue Sky and probably Twitter. Anywhere else that I may remember to post. I don't post very often. Don't tell anyone. But these are all of our previous ornaments that were done. And we'll move over to our other screen to show you guys all of the new ones that we are going to be adding to it. So these are all of the ones that we have done over the last week, and the 3 on the bottom are the ones that we've done on stream today. Throat feeling a lot better. Good. I'm gonna draw and keep my throat hydrated. Yeah, definitely what you need. If that voice of yours doesn't rest soon, you're gonna start sounding like the woman from Monsters, Inc. Always watching. Man, it's been so long since I watched Monsters, Inc. Actually, Monsters, Inc. is one of the only series where I actually really, really liked the sequel, the Monsters University. Not because of the movie itself, but because of the message. It was nice to have something finally say, hey, it's okay if you kind of fuck up college. Not everybody makes it that way. It's a message that I don't feel like millennials were allowed to hear very often. Monsters University was great. Loved the message. Same, the message in University was insanely wonderful. Honestly, really enjoyed Monsters at Work, too. Was tempted to watch that yesterday on my flight home. Also feel like that movie as an art school dropout. Yeah. Yeah. Now, it's a good message both for the schooling itself, but also for students. Because sometimes, I'll be honest, regardless of the prestige of the school, I feel like sometimes they're just set up for failure, regardless. Some schools just don't really have the best interests of the students at mind. I know all throughout my education, I was relentlessly told over and over and over and over again that it did not matter how good I was at it, how much I enjoyed it, I would not get hired, no matter what, if I drew cartoons. And I kept telling the teachers and whatnot, like, hey, you know, I kind of would like to do this for a living. And you're being a bit of a downer. What do you mean no one will hire? Who do you think is making the cartoons? And they were like, yeah, no, it doesn't matter because you have to be able to draw hyperrealism before anyone's willing to hire you. You have to be able to perfectly draw all of the, like, portraiture and stuff. No, that is not how the real world works. I was under the impression, because of the way that they went through all this stuff with schooling and whatnot, was that you would go to school and then immediately from school, however you performed in the college would determine the job. Excuse me? Hold on. It has highlighted my own name as a raider from your stream, Kevin. That's funny. I didn't know it would do that. But no, I was so convinced that the reason I didn't have a job in animation and everything, aside from literally never being able to get an education in animation because none of the schools and everything that I went to had a program for it to begin with. Now, granted, I didn't go to any art schools or anything. I went to a community college, but no college offered any animation programs that I could afford. Nothing. So that's why I'm self-taught with Blender. I wanted to go to school for it, and it was just simply never an option. I was never able to go. But on top of that, like, just... I've lost my train of thought again. But that's not how the industry works. The industry doesn't work that way. They don't go to the schools and be like, oh, we're going to have a contest, I guess, and see from you, all of you in training, who's worthy amongst you. That's not how it works. They go on Twitter, they see if you've made art for other people, they see if you are likable, essentially. And if you've got a good enough fame name to yourself, they'll be like, yeah, get on board, do this project on commission, get none of the residuals, get nothing out of it. You're literally getting contracted for this like you're a construction worker painting a room. Like the world that they had set me up for was non-existent. So I no longer feel bad about where I am in life right now. At least in terms of art. Because I did have a formal education, and it still let me down, and it still failed to provide job opportunities. At no point was I ever presented with any sort of job opportunity. Every art class I ever took was treated like it was just something to kill time, not a serious education. I ended up teaching my own fundamentals class because the teacher didn't know how to use Photoshop. I already had taught myself how to use Photoshop back in middle school. What I did end up watching is it had both How to Train Your Dragon and its remake. I was like, fuck it, I'll check out the remake. I got through the forbidden friendship scene and switched to the first original movie because the remake just felt so hollow. I'm so glad to hear you say that, Frosty, because I haven't heard a single person talk about that movie yet or say anything about it. I've only seen everything online being like, oh, it's the #1 movie of the year, like every movie is, apparently. Like, I need to hear from a genuine, true fan whether or not this is worth it. Because it didn't make sense to me to make a live-action movie. Frame for frame. Art industry's fucked. Kind of learned that, thankfully, before I had an even bigger college debt than I do now. Went to a pretty high-prestige school, and the curriculum was brutal. I believe it. And that's what makes me even more upset about it. Because again, they're not really presenting you with jobs immediately out of school. They're just going to be like, yeah, now you've done it? Well, okay, bye. You're not paying us anymore? Get the fuck out of here. I want to go to school to learn, and I think that's obviously where so many of these for-profit schools and everything have lost me as part of their target demographic. I also learned earlier on that there's really not anything being taught in these colleges that I can't teach myself via the internet, or at least that was before the era of AI. That's a lot harder to do these days, but... But for real though, if you guys are ever interested in learning how to do something, I'm not joking. Literally just Google it. YouTube it. Hell, go search TikTok for it. I don't even trust TikTok. But I'm telling you, you can learn how to do it just with the resources that are available to you. You just need to learn how to learn. I am living proof that you can self-teach, because most of what I know is self-taught. Alright, we're gonna do the highlight thing again, because I feel like that's just necessary with these darker colors. Didn't really carry anything new with me from that school, aside from learning that sight line of action exists if I ever wanted to do some fundamentals figure drawing practice, and not having the awkwardness of sharing a room with a totally naked stranger for 3 hours. That's actually very disappointing to hear, Frosty. I'm so sorry. I was hoping that at least you'd have something to bring out of it to be like, yeah, it sucked, but at least this part was worth it. Ugh. I mean, you are a fantastic artist, regardless of whatever your education has been. Kolar, why is your nose resisting any color? There we go.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Thank you, Kolar. I feel like we've kind of lost our shadow on the bottom side of the ornament. Maybe I changed something on this one. I did accidentally lose the original file for the ornament, but no one has to know. And I'm just gonna be a little cheeky. Whee! Gonna add a little extra reflective light down there. Whoa, not the right color at all. The narcissism of doing that redeem on an art piece of myself. No, you know what? We are all for self-love here. You are beautiful, Kolar. Oh, I do need to get change the shading color on the gold there, even though it's only like 3 pixels. I feel like we need to put a little bit of a shadow underneath of the nose ring, and that'll probably do it. Hello? When did I change the density of that eraser? Let me move your name up a little higher. No, I'm gonna be honest, Kolar. The fact that we can do this on your forehead. All right, you know what? I'm gonna steal your little eyebrows. I like these little eyebrows that you have on the middle picture. So, no, you know what? I'll let you pick. Do you want to have the little dot eyebrows, or do you want to have the DreamWorks eyebrows? Because for dot eyebrows, we'd have these cute little guys. Oop. I should have made that its own layer. DreamWorks eyebrows. Let's see, we gotta get that one kind of like angry. The pinnacle of masculinity. And then our like, yeah, that do anything for you, brow? I feel like it's not intensely arched enough. Pretty sure I told you that before because it's true. You're fucking insane with your style and all. You are! Not only are you fearlessly fashionable, which I adore so much, but you have a symmetrical face. If it were chopped in half with a cleaver, it would be beautiful on both sides. The long ones scream him with a smirk. Stream decided to buffer right after. I'm going to be honest, Kolar, so I missed what you said. Oh, eyebrows. Yeah, you had too much forehead. So I want you to pick between our DreamWorks smarm face here or the cute little dot eyebrows from your middle reference picture. Whichever you prefer, I will go with. DreamWorks! Yeah, no, there was no competition. Let's just give you a little bit of a highlight behind that one arched brow, and I'd say that'll be good. Oop, we don't need the symmetry on for that. You're beautiful, darling. We'll throw a little bit of color on your lines, but because you are such a dark character to begin with, I don't think we'll need a whole lot. Oh wait, hold on, there's one spot that I see I overdid. You go away. Don't need to be there. Alright. Oh, hold on. Asymmetry always messes me up with little details. I lied. We're gonna go all this dark blue, I think. I like that color a lot. Now we'll do the big ornament part here. Have to turn on the thing first to do that. Oh, wait. Those do need to go on top. Kolar, congratulations. You are the first one out of all of the ornaments to have eyebrows. I did it, Mom! There we are. And you, my friend, are done. Let's get your final...
Bet I can smash that.
Get your final guy out here. Oh, man. One more and we could have had 5. Okay, hold on. Now, do we go later? Because I did mention I think we could probably get away with doing Lil Bald. Fuck it, we're gonna go later. I don't even need to pull up a reference for Lil Bold. I just have to look at Kevin's About page. That's cool. I like the way that song fizzled out. We can close. You know what? Let's keep that, actually, because you do have a little bolt on your shoulder. So we will end things off with an adorable kobold. I don't want to break the name up. I'm also afraid it's going to be too small to see if I go with the 40 size. Oh well. They're all going to be too hard to read, I think. Alright, so right away, get the right color on here. Get a screenshot here real quick of the usual Lil Bold on the channel as well. Can we undim that? I'll do my best. Good enough. Kevin. Oh my god, there's so many of you. I'm trying to save the Spino. There you are, Frosty. I don't know why you got stuck there. Did I hear Lil Bold? You don't have to do more work for the night. Rest is good, but I also won't stop you because I'm the same way. Yeah, no, you're getting loved on whether you like it or not. I said I'm doing one for everyone who got a sub, which means you're gonna have to tell me about the Mimi lore. I've heard a lot about Lil Bold, but I have not heard much about Mimi. Unless there isn't much in the way of Mimi lore. Mimi's been around longer than Lil Bald? Oop. And there are our final ads for the night. Which may also be a lie. Depending on how long this one takes. I don't see this one taking nearly the same amount of time, though, as some of the others have. Mostly the reason the others have taken so long is because I won't shut up. Mimi was the original dumb and gaming mascot. Is that what D&G stands for? I've been meaning to ask this entire time. Wow, that's fucking great. I was going to ask, but I've been trying to figure it out just kind of through context, and at no point did it ever seem to come up, so I've kind of chickened out. Started as a YouTube channel where we were posting gaming videos. Okay, that's cool. D&G stands for Dicks and Ginas now. I accept both versions. Now I was going to do a bigger smile to this. But I'm not going to lie, I'm kind of liking the cheekiness of just this. This feels like it kind of fits that energy. I'll move the name up a little higher then. Of course, we cannot forget the horns, the most important part of the kobold. Then me and Kevin did our first stream with Doki Doki, and it's been all downhill from there. Doki Doki is one that I was really fascinated with when it first came out, but did not have much of a reason to play it myself. And that's mostly just because I've never really seriously played any of those kind of games. They do look like fun, though. I think I might just not be the general audience because I grew up with a friend who very much was. And at the time, I just kind of was like, I don't know, he's kind of like, he's a fun guy to be with and everything, but I don't know. He's got a lot of virtual girlfriends. When that Gravity Falls episode came out about, what was her name? Giffany. I remember bawling laughing over that episode because it was so accurate to that friend that I had. Now, granted, this was the like prime era of growing up cringe. Like, I don't say this to shame him. I say this because this was literally just how we were growing up. I'd like to get this to bow out a little better here. Not fond of that shape. I actually changed her lore. Mimi was an abandoned mimic that I fed the rest of my change to when I was poor in 2019. And she turned into a couch to help me sleep during the struggles. Aww. I love that. That's actually such a great idea. The fact that being cringe is okay message is shown as you're saying this. Nah, it's true though. See, that's why I love having those messages up there as a reminder, because it's so easy to forget stuff like that. Like, it's so easy to just fall into the droning mindset. No, we can't have anything good because we all have to be performative. We all have to be people. No one's allowed to just exist. We all have to be matching this stupid role of, whatever society demands from us. Nah, be weird. Be cringe. I've met the kind of people who have those strong claims of everyone should just be normal. Don't be distracting to my views of normalcy. My dad is unfortunately one of those people. Just at Christmas time, I love this. This is something that we go through every year. We have to do this song and dance. But at Christmas, there was a blanket on his couch, on the back of it, and my sister had noticed it and said, wow, this is a really pretty blanket. It was handmade, it was all crocheted, and the first damn thing that my dad had to say was, oh, that's from so-and-so. She's ugly. And I was floored by that being the first thing out of his mouth. And I said immediately, without even really having time to think about my reaction, because I just kind of don't filter myself with him anymore. He can either take or leave me as I am. If he wants me in his life, he's got to understand that I'm going to be allowed to say whatever I want to say. Because if he's going to act like he's allowed to say whatever he wants to say, then yeah, it goes both ways. You're going to regret making that the rules, I can promise you. I said, that was mean. And he goes, well, yeah, well, I don't know. She's just too damn old to be dressing the way she does. Wearing those midriff shirts and the booty shorts and everything. And I said, Dad, that's a really mean approach for someone who was kind enough to make you a whole-ass blanket. Like, it takes a lot of time to do that. And not only did she make a blanket for you, but she made some mittens, a scarf, a hat, and a headband for your wife, my stepmother. And on top of that, while we were sitting down for this family occasion, she called them. She called their house just to check up on them and say Merry Christmas while we were there. Like, I have never met this woman before. But she already seems like the nicest person on the planet, so if she wants to wear booty shorts and a midriff shirt, fucking let her! More power to her! Don't call her ugly for that. That's fucking beautiful. She's got more balls than you could even dream of. And she's still staying nice. What's your excuse? I've got nothing left in me for meanness. No tolerance. None. Just had a Lil Bold fan ask today, so did Lil Bold always hate carrots in his lore? Yep, I don't know why, I just thought of him having a burning passion to murder carrots was funny. Damn right, it was crafted with love, for fuck's sake. You're so wonderful, Moss. Thank you. I had a perfect example of what not to be in life, and I have used it very wisely. Thanks, Dad. I will say, though, I was a little bit sad that my stepmom didn't try to do any kind of baking or make any of her goodies this year. Because I love to tell my story of her experience, or my experiences of her cooking. And I know, maybe it's a little mean, because she's really bad at it. But I like that she's bad at it. I don't know. I want her to get better at it, but I kind of don't care if she does or not, because at the end of the day, she's just enjoying it. She's having fun. I will choke down a million burnt-ass no-bake cookies that she somehow managed to burn without an oven, if it means that she'll continue to make them. Hi, Bronca. Oh, did you notice that stream time is over and that I should be probably stopping? Yeah, wow, imagine that. You can wait a little longer. My dad has been the perfect role model of what not to become. Yes, exactly. Mine too. And you know what? That's okay. A lot of men were not cut out to be fathers, despite having had children. Does that make that okay? Absolutely not. Don't fuck somebody unprotected if you aren't planning on raising that child. And supporting it. And providing for it. But hey, if that's what you got shafted with in the world, it ain't your fault. You deserved better. I don't know if I'm going to keep this color for the shading here. Every single father figure was awful in my life, and I choose to not associate with them anymore, and my sister said I was the best father figure in her life. I believe it. You're the dad who stepped up. No, jokes aside though, like, literally all it takes is the bare minimum of selflessness. Like, you don't have to be a dad to be a guy who is just nurturing. Someone who cares for more than just themselves. Someone who will stop for a minute and take a few seconds of their life and existence on this earth and say, hey, I know this isn't about me, but I actually still care. And not to be controlling. I care because I want everyone to be okay. I want this person to be okay. I want people to be okay. Because that's all it really is. It's just being selfless. Checking on your neighbor. Wanting everyone to win. That's my own bad father figure club. We're gonna have a bad dad club. Kevin can be our honorary dad. So does that mean I can call you daddy? Mine left at 10 for another woman, leaving me and my mom alone, and we had to leave our apartment because he stopped paying rent. It took ages to recover from this. Very, very similar to what I went through. Mine cheated on mom when I was 7 years old. And then just decided, nope, fuck it, these kids aren't worth it. Walked out, left her with nothing. In fact, he took more than he left. Somehow managed to convince the court system that she didn't need all of that. Bullshit. My mom's one of the hardest working people on this fucking planet. She hasn't had nearly the credit she deserves. We may not be thriving, but we are surviving. We get through every single day with each other's help, knowing that we are the ones who have to be there for each other. And we will continue to do so for as long as possible. I mean, we gave up everything to move in with my grandma, my actual grandma, her mom, because as soon as we realized that she had developed dementia, she couldn't take care of herself anymore. And for 8 years of my life, it was that. And we moved all the way here, 3 hours from where I used to live. Actually, more. And I live 15 minutes away from my dad now. And did he ever bother to come visit at all, any time in those 8 years? Not once. Father of the year. And then this is the part that I love the most, though, is like, boomer parents are such victims. Because he had the gall to post on his Facebook back when we were all still using that. Something along the lines of, if it weren't for stepdads, some kids wouldn't have dads at all. In reference to his new wife's adult children. And I remember seeing that, and that was the day I was like, nope, we're done. We're done with all of this. I've unfriended him. I blocked him. I deleted his number. I was like, nope. You literally walked out on your 2 biological children because you weren't getting enough bone time. That was your excuse. And then you're gonna sit here and gloat that if it weren't for me, these kids wouldn't have any father at all. They'd be better off. I'm telling the story tomorrow, how I stood up for my mom against my sister's dad. And I did that. She stood up for herself stronger than ever. Ended that dude. Good. Because I can tell you myself, speaking from being in that position before too, on unfortunately multiple occasions, it means the world to them. It does. My mom got it from every angle, and so did I. But I, you know, being the black sheep of the family already, I was already decided, okay, you guys are going to hate me? I'm going to make you hate me for a reason then. Because you think you hate me right now. That's the problem. You think you hate me, but you don't have a real reason yet. I'm going to fix that. Because again, when we moved here, we were 15 minutes away from my dad, 15 minutes away from my uncle, 15 minutes away from my sister. Everybody lived local here. Me and my mom were the only ones who didn't. So we were the ones who had to move to come take care of grandma because no one else was willing to disrupt their life for her. And what did they leave us with? They tried to write us out of the will entirely. We never even got the house. That was the agreement, was that when we moved in with grandma, after she passed, we would be left with the house because we needed a roof over our heads. And before she was too riddled with dementia to remember, that was the agreement. That was the whole reason she agreed to it, was because none of the others were taking care of her own children, and none of them had stepped up to take care of mom, her own, or their own sister, when she was going through hell with a divorce. So she made sure that we were going to get the house when she passed, and then they rewrote it and found a way around it, and now here we are having to rent our own home to someone else, or from someone else. Sucks. But I'm proud of her, because she finally cut ties with all of them after they did that. She finally realized, yeah, no, I know my kid was trying to warn me about this stuff and I didn't listen, but I know they're full of it now. They are not going to help us out. And I'm just glad to have them out of my life, out of all of our lives. And I can't help but believe in karma at that point, too, because one of them happened to, and I am very careful with how I say this, because I don't like to wish ill upon people. But the shit that he did was beyond evil. So when he got diagnosed with rectal cancer, I'm not going to say I was happy. But I'm also not going to say that he didn't deserve to have to go through some sort of serious medical bullshit himself after watching his own mother dying slowly over the course of 8 years and doing nothing to step in and help her, or the people taking care of her. So, that's his lesson learned. If you're going to act like an asshole, maybe God might just say, yeah, you're going to lose yours.
Security alert! Security alert! Woo, 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 woo.
Galaxy_Waffles has raided the channel with 3 eggs.
Oh, that was a dreary topic. Let's get off that. Hi, everyone. We're talking about shitty dads. Well, we were, but we're not anymore. Thank you for the raid, Galaxy. How was your stream? We are just about wrapping things up here on this one. Making a little bulb ornament. Did I rate it a bad time? Nah, you're fine. Just yapping. I've always been an open book about my situation with all that. I don't really feel any reason to hide it. It's part of my life. It's sculpted who I am. It's not something that I'm ashamed to say that I had to live through. It's just something that I have had to live through. And if it brings anybody any kind of comfort to know that they're not alone in the struggles that they've gone through, then I'm happy to share with that. I don't think anyone should have to go through any of it. But if you do, I do think that you should absolutely have the dignity of at least being seen. At least being able to know that someone cares that you went through it. It was good. I just had to eat some spicy stuff after failing a chat challenge. Uh-oh! I'm a weakling when it comes to spice. Actually, hold on, Kevin. Since you're the one with the interesting palate, how does spice affect you? Trust me, I feel the same exact way for my sister's dad. He's still near us, but I don't like him or care. But I try my best to always be a better person and hope for the best for all. Yes! Positive, happy thoughts. No, and I do want to reiterate, too, that's talking about this stuff isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's not negative to talk about these things unless it is starting to bring people down by trudging up things they don't necessarily want to talk about. But I'm comfortable with where I'm at. I wouldn't be talking otherwise. But it's good not to linger on topics that are heavier like that. Avoiding them is when it becomes toxic positivity. My Epic Games account just got stolen. Oh no! I'd be willing to bet it's the same person that hacked your Discord. Shit, that sucks, man. I hope that you can get it back and that you don't lose any of your games. I love spicy, but this is that Budak stuff that was popular on TikTok a minute ago. Oh, I don't use TikTok, so unless Spooka tells me about it, I just don't know. Is it similar to the one chip challenge? Because I remember that one. In a way, yeah. I'll have to look that up after stream. That sounds kind of fun. I'll tell Foe about that. Foe is very big into the spicy. I'm gonna go get ready for bed, so I hope you have a nice night. Absolutely. Please go take care of yourself. Get some rest. Rest yourself. Rest your brain. I have to rest my brain. My brain's melting actively. We've definitely hit that part of the stream where, like, my brain is in the same mode that my dog is in currently, which is, okay, 11 o'clock is when we're supposed to not be thinking anymore, so we're just gonna stop thinking. I think the big thing is that it's banned in some countries. Oh! The taste has devolved recently, and apparently I can't feel the pain spicy food gives off as much now, until it reaches my stomach and causes massive damage. I didn't think about that. That's one of those things that I always forget that the digestive tract is part of a bigger system. I don't think about what goes in eventually has to come out until it's way too late to realize it. All right, looks like we got some little forehead splotches we need to make. Should make that a little redder. What? Rosie! Allah! That genuinely scared me so bad. Hi, baby. That is twice in one stream. I'm gonna get you back one of these days. 8 wings with high Scovilles. Is that how you say that? Scovilles. Scovilles? Scovality. Scovification. My brain is actively turning to mush. Ate a bunch like nothing, and my sister found me in the bathroom floor clenching my stomach like, help, I don't know what I did! These are the lessons that Peak needs to teach us a little more clearly. Instead, it does the opposite. It just teaches us to be more excited about finding random shit we shouldn't eat. Oh crap, where are the head splotchies? Where did I put those? There they are. All right. I was thinking it was looking too purple before, and now I'm afraid it looks too washed out. Hmm. Where? It's doing that thing where I can't see it anymore because I've been staring at it for too long! Alright, I'm gonna say that's good. Because otherwise I will keep staring at it trying to figure out what's wrong with it when there's nothing wrong with it. It's just not doing what I think it should be doing. I'm gonna keep the sci file for this one, though. Alright, so we will close it out. Close out of Kolar. And we will grab our Lil Bold. There we are. There's everybody that we've made. Let me bump this up towards the top some so that Popple's hat's not covering up everything. But there are all of our new ornaments so far. 5 more taken care of today. I'm so happy with how they look. Everyone's so lickable. Like, they just look like candy. I feel a little bad on some of them not having the colored lines, but things are starting to look weird on some of them. I might go back and try to touch up some areas. We'll see. But I'm not going to do that until I know for a fact all of them have been made first. Make it exist first, make it perfect later. All right. Now, with that in mind, that does mean that we are finally done with today's stream. Oh man, we're almost at the 7-hour mark, though. Do we keep going, or should we stop? It's midnight. We should probably stop. I was thrown off a little bit because Mom hasn't gone to bed yet. All right. I guess I'll find somebody to raid out to. Big yawn. When did you eat last? Sometime earlier at around o'clock. Go on your date, Rosie. It's a shame we're not doing 3D modeling today, because Zen's been doing a lot of cool stuff.
Wait, someone's salty.
It looks like Zen is just about coming up on 6 hours, so I will not be surprised if they're going to be heading off soon. Fuck it. I'll make you guys their problem. So, we have wrapped things up here. Let's go over to our just chatting window to wrap things up. Where am I? Nobody knows. I don't know why sometimes I just don't appear here for a couple of seconds. No, that's not the one that I want. Where's our really pretty background? The streetlights. There it is. Our nice wintry wonderland. So. Love you, gonna lurkies. Be good. Eat food or I'ma bite you. Thanks for the stream, Moss. Currently stressing, trying to secure my accounts. Yes, please. Good luck with that. Keep us posted on everything. I'm worried about you. Now I need to make food too. Yes, you all need to eat. We are going to raid out and say hello to Zen. But before we do that, this is a weird week. So tomorrow we're going to be doing our regular old gaming stream. However, it is New Year's Day. New Year's Eve? Which one's New Year's Day? It's New Year's Eve? Hold on. Yes, so it's New Year's Eve, and then the day of is New Year's Day. So, I don't know how long we're going to go for. We might end early tomorrow by maybe an hour or so. We might go late. It really just depends on what's going on, who's where, what is happening. I'm going to play it by ear. But I would like to do some community stuff, some I don't know if I'll be having other people joining in or just other streamers, but I would like to have something going on with some friends and what have you. As for Thursday, our 3D Thursday, I will continue to work on Adam. We're going to start off the year, hopefully getting him completely done and ready for Unity. If we do finish him, I don't think we'll be doing any actual Unity work right away. But if we do get him wrapped up, then, or if he's even at a point already, because I don't remember where we left off, we didn't stream last week. We'll figure it out. Might start picking up at a different model that we had already finished. Or not finished, already been working on before and had to put on hiatus. As you can tell, my brain no longer works, so we go on leave. Let's get this raid up and going. I've been forgetting our raid message every time, too. So there's our raid message. Feel free to copy and paste that when you get there. You don't have to, but you do have to bring something to make them smile. Bring them a compliment, bring them anything to brighten their day. We try to spread this positivity however we can. But I hope to see you guys again tomorrow. If I don't, I hope everyone has a happy new year. I will look forward to seeing you next year. Be streaming long time tomorrow. I know you will. I'm not going to miss that. So if you guys, if you're not doing stuff with me, go over to Kevin. Do that, because Kevin's got a big thing planned for tomorrow, and it's very special. But for now, I bid you all adieu. I love you all so much. Thank you for being here today and spending this time with me. Thank you for being here this whole year. But I will see you all again tomorrow. Goodbye. Did I say I love you? If I didn't, I love you. But good night, everyone. Goodbye.